Good morning from the Nordic Pavilion here at COP27. My name is Nina Ogod and I'm Head of Communications at Nordic Council and Nordic Council of Ministers. We have an interesting day ahead of us here at the Nordic Pavilion. Urgent topics will be discussed by distinguished speakers. So please stay tuned about the program. Too little, too slow is the name of the Adaptation CAP report by UNEP. The report points out that not enough climate adaptation is happening. To talk about the key findings of the report, I have pleasure to welcome Henry Neunfeldt, Head of Section Impact Assessment and Adaptation from UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. Please, Henry. Thank you for being here. Let me start by asking, why is adaptation important and why in particular this COP?
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. It's a real pleasure to be here talking to you this morning at COP about the Adaptation Gap Report 2022. And I think to answer your question, why is adaptation so important, is the answer is that even with the best of mitigation, we cannot avoid hard adaptation limits. There are going to be losses and damages, and adaptation can reduce these climate risks significantly. So adaptation is critical because we've already bought into a lot of losses and damages due to climate change. These climate risks are rising, and the more heating occurs, the more these climate risks will rise, and to that effect, we need more adaptation. And you know, the key findings from the report really are that we're not doing enough, and what we're doing, we're not doing it fast enough. So that's the title, Too Little, Too Slow. And I think this COP here in particular is stepping up to answer this really important question around adaptation, bringing that to the center of the climate action. And in that sense, I think this report in particular is very, very relevant. We've had enormous feedback. It's being used by all the delegations as a key reference point. So we're very proud of this report in particular.
Thank you, and now I leave it to you.
Thank you. So the Adaptation Gap Reports provide scientific assessments of the global progress in adaptation planning, finance, and implementation. And this in relation to what is perceived to be necessary in order to address the climate risks. That's one of the core principles, or one of the core issues that the gap reports try to address. The other thing that we try to inform and do is to inform climate change discussions under the UNFCCC, informing the delegations, informing stakeholders about adaptation progress or the lack of progress. This is the 7th edition of the Adaptation Gap Reports. We started in 2014 ahead of the COP in Lima, and this is already the 7th edition. We have UNEP convened 27 authors for this report from 21 institutions and 18 different countries, half of which are from the developing world. So it's a really broad production. It was overseen by an international steering committee. We have one of the steering committee members here today, and really nice to meet you here, Omar. And it was reviewed by over 80 external experts. The guiding questions that the Adaptation Gap Reports focus on are what is being done to adapt until today, and to what extent is climate risk being reduced. These are the key questions that we try to answer in the context of planning, finance, and implementation. In addition, this report also looks at evidence of adaptation effectiveness. That's our deep dive for this year. And we're looking at adaptation mitigation interlinkages. So these are two topics that we will be addressing in this report. This map, this figure is pretty famous. It's the ambers, the burning embers figure from the IPCC report. And you can see that with climate change, as it increases, and depending on the mitigation levels, this change will be very, very different, you know, heading towards a very soft landing at 1.5 degrees to 2 degrees. And, you know, if we continue with business as usual, we're heading towards 2.6, 2.8 degrees right now. And that's with some uncertainties. And you can see on the right-hand side, as temperature rises, climate risks accelerate exponentially. We can see that for different reasons for concern. The very vulnerable specific areas like coral reefs or the Arctic, they are suffering the most, the earliest. But it goes all the way to really singular events that can cause complete destruction. And so the IPCC says that the world will face severe climate risks even under these low emission scenarios. So we must do much more on mitigation. But because of these risks, we also need to do much more on adaptation, and adaptation needs to be center together with mitigation. And at the same time, losses and damages are increasing because we can't avoid them, and therefore losses and damages need to be addressed adequately in this, particularly at this COP. We're making progress on adaptation planning. 84% of countries now have at least one planning instrument in place. We're talking about laws, plans, legislation. Half of those have 2 or more laws and planning instruments in place. These instruments are getting better and more inclusive. There are a third of all countries now have time-bound or quantified targets, but you know, still 70% don't. And they are getting more inclusive of disadvantaged groups like women or indigenous peoples in particular. Let me talk about the adaptation finance gap, which is, according to our account, 5 to 10 times higher than what adaptation finance we can measure. International adaptation finance is just under 30 billion. Adaptation finance is just under 30 billion in 2020, the latest numbers we have. And according to our estimates, the costs in 2030 are 160 to 340, and in 2050, 315 to 565 billion. So that's just 5 to 10 times the amount of what is currently being mobilized. And if we take the 100 billion US dollar pledge that includes adaptation and mitigation, you know, adaptation is just over 30% of that amount from this international adaptation climate finance, we will only reach that number in 2025. So at the same time, last year in Glasgow, countries pledged to double their 2019 finance flows by 2025. In order for this to be credible, the donors, the finance community has to really step up their investments. Adaptation implementation is not keeping up with the climate impact, so the implementation gap is widening as well. You can see that there is an increase in investments. It seems to be stalling, but we don't know yet, you know, what really the trajectory is. There's been a lot of up and down lately, and the numbers, the volume of the investments is also increasing, but it seems to be sort of plateauing, I would say. We don't know yet how things will turn out over the next years. Actions focus on agriculture, water ecosystems, and cross-cutting sectors, and address mainly rainfall, drought, and flooding. So, you know, they do try to go in the right directions in particular. But we need to see this implementation gap narrowing. We need to see an acceleration of investment rather than a stalling in order to narrow the growing impacts and the investments. Let me show you a similar graph here, which shows all the principal adaptation actions that we can account for in the OECD DAC database. The OECD is sort of reports on all the donors and finance providers self-reporting on adaptation actions, and you can see that this, there is an increase over time until 2020. And also you can see in terms of the finance that this is growing, but it's not accelerating as we need to see it accelerate. I wanted to show this figure because of the blue line below, which shows all the actions that specifically address climate risk reduction. Climate risk is one of the key measures for us to assess progress in adaptation. Climate risk is essentially addressing exposure and or vulnerability to climate hazards. So if we reduce exposure or we reduce vulnerability, we are reducing climate risk. So what we see here is that only 30% on average of these actions specifically address climate risk. And it's a bit more for the funding, so the projects that are being supported in this form are actually a little bit bigger. This figure here shows how different sectors address climate risk against the investments. So the red dot, that's the average across all principal adaptation actions. And you can see to the right of this, in the far right, you can see disaster prevention and preparedness and development food assistance in particular, but also water supply and sanitation. They are strongly addressing climate risk, much stronger than other sectors like health, energy, education. They're on the far right of this, on the far left of this slide. And so that's very clear that some sectors really address climate risk much more than others. The second thing that we can take from this is that certain sectors, sector investments per project on average depend on the sectors. Some sectors like reconstruction in particular are really, really big projects. And they have, there's few of those, and they address a certain amount of risk. But in terms of bang for the buck, I would say disaster prevention and preparedness, early warning systems, that's the best investments. So the investments in early warning are really critical, and it's great to see that UNEP, together with UNDP, and led by the World Meteorological Organization, are investing in the SOF. I don't remember what the acronym stands for right now, but it's trying to bring early warning systems to all least developed countries by 2025, and really trying to provide them with the necessary information that they need to do better adaptation. Oops. Oh, sorry. Yes. As I said, this report also looks at best adaptation practices, effectiveness of adaptation. We know from the literature and case studies, current adaptation actions are largely incremental and do not consider future climate change, and because of that, they may lead to maladaptation. We can see that there is limited data on effectiveness, but we certainly need more. Hybrid solutions that address multiple dimensions of climate risk at the same time typically work better than simple solutions, and we have some principles which I will talk about in the next slide. But altogether, right now, adaptation practice is woefully poor compared to what is needed, and we really need to improve adaptation practice. So here on this table you can see some of the principles of good adaptation practice. First, genuine inclusion of, well, let me start on the right side. Reasons why current actions aren't, or current actions aren't good enough. First of all, inadequate involvement of stakeholders, lack of attention to local contexts, retrofitting development actions as adaptation, short-term focus, and failing to address social transformation and climate justice. These are principal issues that we can find across all the literature are reasons why adaptation practice currently is so poor. And if we look at the principles that we extracted from different sources of literature, inclusion of stakeholders, local communities, indigenous peoples, women and other marginalized groups into decision-making and co-development of adaptation solutions, critical for long-term success. Transparency, accountability, and predictability of support. We need to have flexible projects. Flexible programming and adaptive management, the same thing. We need to be able to adjust our progress based on realities on the ground, because our theories of change typically don't account for the realities sufficiently. Investment in local capabilities, capacity building, and democratic governance. Very important to invest in the people living on the ground and making sure that they take ownership and they have the capacity to develop these things on their own. Consideration of future climate risks. There is pretty much nothing out there that tells us that even the best adaptation projects from the Adaptation Fund, for instance, they do not sufficiently look at future climate change, and therefore whatever they're adapting to might not be sufficient, might not be adequate, might lead to maladaptation. So this is something that really needs to change. Integration of local, traditional, indigenous, and scientific knowledge into design, implementation, and monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Again, we need to integrate different sources of information to make things. We actually give the local knowledge systems a voice because people have different perceptions. And finally, tackling inequalities and structural drivers of vulnerability in addition to reducing exposures and vulnerabilities to climate hazards. Investing in the bigger picture and the driving forces, the underlying causes of inequalities and vulnerabilities is critical for climate resilient development pathways. So this was sort of the deep dive for this year. The second point is the consideration of adaptation mitigation interlinkages from the outset in planning, finance, and implementation. If we do this from the outset, we can enhance existing co-benefits. Some climate solutions, in particular nature-based solutions, really contribute to adaptation and mitigation simultaneously. But in order for us to really benefit from these possible synergies, we need to look at them from the outset. Otherwise, we will not be able to address possible barriers and risks, and therefore we cannot avoid potential trade-offs. So it's important to do this from the outset. Current actions addressing both adaptation and mitigation still operate mainly in silos. So this is something where adaptation practice, sort of investments in adaptation mitigation solutions can really improve. So to sum up, in conclusion, global efforts in adaptation planning, finance, and implementation are increasing, but there is no sign of the acceleration needed to keep up with increasing climate risks, and adaptation action needs to get much better. The international community must build on the Glasgow Climate Pact adopted at COP26. And this implies deepening the commitments on net zero, adaptation, climate finance, and loss and damage here in Sharm el-Sheikh. For that, we need strong political will, because otherwise climate action will just be sidelined because of other major crises, not, for instance, the war in Ukraine, which is of course taking a lot of attention, and other major issues like the cost of living crisis. These things need to be addressed, but we can't put climate action, adaptation, and mitigation on the back burner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you. Now it's working. Very interesting, I think, also very, very important report. For us all to keep in mind what is adaptation about. It's actually at the bottom line is saving lives. And it's also I think for investors here and industrial partners, they could take a look at the report as an opportunity outlook, because it is a huge potential for businesses to come with the finance and be part of the implementation. It's urgent. So thank you for that. But I would like to ask if there is anyone with questions. Oh, several. So please.
It's not working.
Thank you for the presentation. It's clear that we need more finance, we need more political will, we need more policies to reduce climate change and to invest more in adaptation to reduce the risk of the planet and people. I would like to know how we can engage better the stakeholders. How is the manner to engage them into this dialogue, discussion, and to come all of them to the table to talk together how we can collaborate and how we make sure that we take all action regarding adaptation. So for me, it's important how to engage all the stakeholders, how we can collaborate together, and how we can come to an agreement to take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. It's a really important one. And it's so difficult because, we're looking at, the report here looks primarily at global aggregates and drivers, sort of the results at the global level, whereas the impacts of climate change are happening on the ground. And that's where people suffer, ecosystems. They are exposed to the climate hazards and have to find ways to adapt better, to avoid, minimize at least the impacts that we are exposed to right now. So we need to bring these people that live on the ground into this equation. And how do you do this? My sense is that in order to make, also in the context of transparency and accountability, governments, national governments need to take to lead in most cases at least. That will be the way to define national level adaptation goals, break them down by sectors, and then take this down to the subnational, state, county, municipality level, and have this conversation at each and every level. So it's a multi-stakeholder vertical integration, but also horizontal integration across the different sectors that needs to be addressed. And at that level, bringing in the stakeholders at the respective levels enables you to take the voices up to the national level and then ultimately to the global level. That's something that the national governments need to organize. Our partners in some of the projects we work in are doing this very effectively through multi-stakeholder platforms. So they have institutionalized this process of bringing in the voices of relevant stakeholders at each level. That's the way forward.
Thank you. And then we have another question here.
It's not working. Hello? Now it's working. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Martin Capel at UNEP in Nairobi, the United Nations Environment Programme. I have to explain, I'm involved in the production of the report. So perhaps my question is a bit biased in that regard. First of all, I would like to say great presentation, really enjoyed. What I'm thinking looking forward, you were talking about adaptation mitigation linkages, right? And probably we need to deep dive into that subject over the coming years. We need to better understand how we can bring together adaptation and mitigation, build from synergies, identify the co-benefits, look at the trade-offs. What do you see as the new avenues going forward in research and scientific assessment, tackling the issue of adaptation mitigation, interlinkages, co-benefits, trade-offs, and etc., to be doing a better job on the adaptation agenda, taking advantage of mitigation? Thank you.
Thanks for that question, Martin. So the way I would answer this question is that for each sector, there are opportunities to integrate adaptation and mitigation. There are some sectors where this is more evident. You know, the IPCC report showed, you know, agriculture, food, the Afolu sector in particular has huge opportunities, ecosystems. The energy and water sectors also have large opportunities for adaptation, mitigation, interlinkages. And then there's, you know, building, transport. We can, if we think about the systems we are trying to transition toward more holistically, we can identify the mitigation and adaptation co-benefits, but also we need to look at them more closely in order to identify their trade-offs. And because these things are really difficult, it takes, you know, in-depth analysis, and that's where we have to go right now and provide blueprints, I think, for different categories of countries, you know, different levels of poverty, different stages of development, so that these countries can follow the opportunities. And last but not least, I think it's also important to bring in the private sector here, because then without that, you know, a lot of the action is going to be too small, I think. It won't be replicable, won't be scalable sufficiently. But it's difficult to bring in private sector into adaptation because the benefits, you know, the returns on investment tend to be quite low. They are considered high risk. So finding solutions that are hybrid in terms of the finance, blended finance opportunities, where public-private partnerships operate and where the investments of the private sector are de-risked, can help overcome these challenges that we face.
We have time for one more fast question. It's back in there. Okay. I'm sorry.
I can speak? Okay. Thank you. My name is Omar Larini. I am from Egypt, and I'm a member of the steering committee. And first of all, I wish to thank the Nordic Pavilion for hosting this function. And in my capacity as a citizen of this country, I wish to welcome all of you. And I welcome you first in Arabic and give you the English translation. We always say, "Sharaftuna unawartuna," meaning that you gave us honor and brought us light by your coming here. So I repeat this to all of you. I wish to thank all members of the steering committee, my colleagues who might be watching us, and the formidable team, both in Nairobi and in Copenhagen, led by Martin and Henry and Lars, who's not with us here. I mean, the two gentlemen here will tell you that I was the rebel in the group. I always thought outside the box. What the world, especially the North, do not know, that the South, simply because of, by virtue of history, has been really adapting all the time to all kinds of changes. So adapting to climate change is not new, but as the report will tell you, and this was not mentioned, that adaptation can create maladaptation or can cause maladaptation, as well as what Henry said, that mitigation can also lead to that adaptation has to be taken into consideration while you are investing in mitigation projects. There is a very clear distinction between mitigation and adaptation that very often people don't think about. Mitigation project is one-off. So you invest, you implement the project, you get rid of your emissions or reduce your emissions. Adaptation is a continuous effort. And I'll just give an example, and after that from Egypt. There's a farming community abutting the Mediterranean coast, very intensive agriculture. They planted date palms, mango, and tomato in the same piece of land. Then slowly waterlogging was taking place and they didn't know why. The nearest water body is the Mediterranean. So then they start removing the natural sand dunes on the coast, which is part of the ecosystem, but they didn't know that, in order to raise the level of the soil to avoid further deterioration of the soil. Eventually, they had to abandon all of this. They left the land, they went somewhere else, and all the investment was lost. Of course, when you say sea rise in the Mediterranean, even if we are talking about a millimeter or a fraction of a millimeter rise, this is not perceptible. But it happens, climate change is happening, the impact is happening, and adaptation will take a long time, and it is, unfortunately, a very continuous effort. I hope next year's report will look at the adaptation measures already undertaken by developing countries to give some historic perspective of this. Maybe you can learn something from our past. Welcome to Sharm el-Sheikh. I hope you'll have some time to enjoy this. And thank you, Henry and Martin, for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments, and unfortunately our time is up, but we are honored to have had you here at the Nordic Pavilion, and let's keep continue these discussions. Very important topic, and thank you for all coming. Thank you for everyone online. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Hi, and welcome to this side event. At this COP, loss and damage has become one of the really important topics. And therefore, we are really happy to have this side event where we will address the gaps in the debate about loss and damage. Loss and damage has been on the agenda for many years. I think it was brought up in 1991, but it's now here at COP27 where we really start to talk about how to address loss and damage. And we are happy to have this side event where we will have a presentation of a report which was commissioned by the Nordic Council of Ministers. This was the first, I think, group of developed countries who actually started to address engage in this debate, and we are happy to have the Nordic Council of Ministers who commissioned this report. The report was produced by the Danish Institute for International Studies, DIS, and the Stockholm Environmental Institute. And we will have a presentation just in a minute of the main conclusions. But first we will have a keynote speech by Karin Poulsen from the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who will just say a few words on why this report is important and why the Nordic Council of Ministers commissioned it. So welcome, Karin Poulsen.
Thank you very much, Matthias, and dear participants. I'm very pleased to be here this morning to give opening remarks on the occasion of the presentation of the Nordic Loss and Damage research study. Let me start by giving a bit of context to the study. It was initiated by the Nordic Council of Ministers, as Matthias said, in view of the vision to make the Nordic region the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. Within that vision, Nordic ministers have decided to contribute to international processes on climate and environment. The Nordic ministers find a need for an international dialogue on climate and environmental issues. This is the one reason for having this Nordic pavilion here at COP27, where also many other topics are addressed during the 2 weeks here in Sharm el-Sheikh. The Nordic Council of Ministers is committed to contributing to strengthening the science base of climate-related issues. Therefore, and as a follow-up to COP26, the ministers decided to support this Nordic research study on loss and damage. Science provides an essential foundation for understanding how climate change negatively impacts human livelihood and ecosystems across the world. At the center is the work of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. With IPCC's Working Group 2 report from February this year, a gloomy picture has been painted about the increasingly severe consequences of climate change. The IPCC report has illustrated that climate change and climate-related catastrophes have indeed become more and more severe and frequent. This year we have witnessed devastating floods in Pakistan that have submerged more than 1/3 of the country and killed at least 1,300 people, as well as recent recording-breaking rainfall and associated floods in the mountain districts of Nepal and other countries in the Himalayan region. Consecutive years of below-average rainfall in the Horn of Africa have created one of the worst climate-related emergencies of the past 40 years. In fact, I just came back from Ethiopia 1 year ago, and I really saw it with my own eyes. In Europe, record-breaking heat waves have caused wildfires and dried up rivers. These are just some of the many sad examples. Climate-induced loss and damage adds a gloomy dimension to the many challenges that vulnerable countries are facing. And it is indeed a paradox that those have contributed the least to climate change and have fewest resources to deal with its impacts are those that suffer the most. It is against this backdrop that the Nordic Loss and Damage Research Study has been initiated. In a few minutes, we will hear a presentation on the study, so I'll only make a few comments on it. The research study addresses a number of issues relevant to bridging policy, research, and practice in making headway on loss and damage. The study presents examples of two challenging aspects of loss and damage, namely slow onset events and non-economic losses. This includes case studies on slow onset events in Vietnam and on economic and non-economic losses in Ghana. This is particularly welcome because these aspects of loss and damage are not yet well analyzed and understood. The overview of recent policy developments is indeed very timely, providing the context for discussions and negotiations here in Sharm el-Sheikh on loss and damage, including, for example, the way forward on operationalizing the Santiago network. In view of the gaps identified in the report, further work is needed in a number of areas to move forward on practical solutions to the challenge of loss and damage. Denmark is very pleased to have participated in the steering group behind the study, and we are also thankful to the Nordic Council of Ministers for having provided support for the study. I wish to thank the research team from the Danish Institute for International Studies in collaboration with the Stockholm Environment Study Institute and Danchurch 8 for having carried out the study. After these opening comments, I look forward to the presentation of the study and the panel debate, and I'm sure that you will find it rewarding as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karin, and thanks again to the Nordic Council of Ministers. We will now have a presentation of the research, and that will be done by Soha Shavu from Stockholm Environmental Institute. And I should remember as well, also to those of you following online, that you're of course very welcome to tweet and share your comments about this side event on social media. We hope that we can reach out with more about the research and the conclusions, which are really important for the ongoing negotiations. So please, Soha.
Thank you. It's great to be here and great to see so much momentum on loss and damage at this COP and support, including from Nordic countries. I'm here presenting on behalf of Lily Lindegaard, who was the lead author from DIS, really spearheading this effort, and of course Heidi White, who also contributed to the report. Yeah, I think we have a great atmosphere here going on with all the music. It's setting the right tone, I think. So I want to start with where we are exactly. The IPCC findings were just mentioned, and I think I want to reiterate them by saying that loss and damage is already a lived reality. We are already seeing widespread adverse impacts related to loss and damage to nature and to people. And we see that these are much greater impacts than previously that have been assessed, and that they will become more severe than previously predicted as well. I also want to highlight specific key messages on losses and damages from the IPCC AR6 Working Group 2 report summary for policymakers, which says first that losses and damages are unequally distributed and that those in vulnerable developing countries will be much more affected by losses and damages, that they will increase with every increment of global warming, and that limiting warming to 1.5 degrees would reduce future losses and damages, but would not eliminate all of them. And even with effective adaptation efforts, we cannot prevent all losses and damages. And I think this is particularly important because it just underscores that we need to avert and minimize loss and damage, but losses and damages will still be there even if we avert and minimize, and that puts particular focus on the need to address loss and damage particularly support for recovery, rehabilitation, livelihoods provision following slow onset and sudden onset disasters. So this report was launched in October in a collaboration between DEAS and SEI. And the main purpose of it was to look across policy, research, and practice to identify some of the gaps in loss and damage, both practically and in research, and identify ways forward, particularly feeding into the negotiations on ways forward. And so it includes, as was mentioned, some kinds of case studies on sudden and slow onset events, non-economic and non-economic losses and damages, and across human and natural systems as well. And we also include an analysis of recent policy developments to really feed into the negotiations on finance for loss and damage, which is on the agenda this year at this COP, on the Santiago Network, as well as on governance arrangements of the WEM. And so as part of this, I'm just going to highlight some of the very key findings, which were essentially 8 different gaps that were identified. So I'm going to go through each gap in turn and present some recommendations from the report based on the research on ways forward to address the different gaps. So the first gap, which I've kind of already alluded to, is the policy, attention to addressing loss and damage. Sorry, the clicker's being weird. Yeah, so as I've mentioned, so far the focus has been primarily on mitigation to avert loss and damage and adaptation to minimize loss and damage, rather than providing support for recovery and rehabilitation following both sudden onset and ongoing slow onset events. There has been some support in the form of humanitarian assistance, for example, but within the UNFCCC space and within international climate policy as a whole, there has not been much discussion on what happens after climate impacts occur and how do we deal with that. And so some of the ways forward we identify is greater definitional clarity on loss and damage within the UNFCCC. There are differences between different parties on what counts as loss and damage and what doesn't, what counts as averting, what counts as minimizing, what counts as addressing. And so greater clarity on those activities under each of those buckets might be helpful. Increased focus on addressing loss and damage, particularly when it comes to finance negotiations, for example. We know that the agenda item here initially focused only on addressing loss and damage, but that in the provisional agenda, but then was broadened to include avert and minimize. So that is something to think about. And then the idea of scaling up action outside the UNFCCC to fill some of the gaps in addressing loss and damage as well. The second gap is around further knowledge on and unaddressed loss and damage. And here we're particularly talking about slow onset events and non-economic losses and damages, such as the loss of biodiversity or culture or heritage or language, which has not been part of the debate as much, although it is increasingly becoming so within the work of the Warsaw International Mechanism on loss and damage. And potential ways forward could be kind of a more inclusive knowledge production, bottom-up knowledge generation through engagement with local communities and acknowledging different sources of knowledge as well. Different tools to actually assess different types of losses and damages, such as locally led needs assessments, for example, working with communities to identify what are they losing, what are their needs. More of a knowledge base on what is already being done to address these losses and damages, and potentially more work on the attribution between emissions and impacts. Third, we also see a gap in designing approaches and modalities to respond to losses and damages. And this is really because of the unprecedented nature and scope of losses and damage, which includes so many different types of events, so many different types of impacts that are very context specific. And so we recommend the need for a more localized approach, as well as novel approaches with new methods for attribution, small-scale pilot projects as well that really try to demonstrate what it could look like to actually address loss and damage. Governance and decision-making processes within the UNFCCC that go beyond the Warsaw International Mechanism, and financial and technical assistance. Fourth, we see a gap in finance, particularly for addressing loss and damage. there is finance for mitigation and adaptation, but less for the post-disaster recovery and rehabilitation. And so, yeah, there are gaps within the existing finance architecture to address the full spectrum of losses and damages. And there are different ways you could move forward. You could utilize existing funds, such as the Adaptation Fund or the GCF, and have a new dedicated window within those funds that is particularly for loss and damage. It could be, for example, a small grants program. The proposal that we're seeing from a lot of developing countries is to have a new loss and damage financial mechanism or a facility that specifically focuses on addressing loss and damage. Their proposal is that it would be a new operating entity under the UNFCCC financial mechanism. You could also kind of go outside the UNFCCC, such as through scaling up humanitarian assistance and development support. And then you could have innovative sources of finance, such as a climate damages tax or taxing fossil fuel corporation profits, for example. And I will just plug that SEI, in collaboration with a few partners, such as ECAD, has just released a more detailed report on the modalities and structures for financing loss and damage, which could be interesting to look at for more detail on that. The fifth gap is operationalizing a fit-for-purpose Santiago network, and that is actually an agenda item at the negotiations here and is currently being discussed. And I think the parties have agreed to the functions of the Santiago network, but less so on the institutional arrangements, on the modalities and the governance of it. And there needs to be some consensus on how it would be governed. I think there are some disagreements currently whether it would be the responsibility of the WIM ExCom or whether it would be a separate advisory body. There's also need to select a host organization such as UNDP or something else that would actually host the Santiago network. And we recommend that we need to focus on technical assistance needs for and particularly for developing countries that are most vulnerable to climate change. I think there's also need for some clarity on how the Santiago network and its activities would be financed. Sixth, the need for clarity on the governance arrangements of the WIM. And here we see there are differences between parties on whether it should be only governed by the Paris Agreement or whether there would be dual governance between the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And we suggest that this should, rather than being a political discussion, should focus on adopting the governance arrangements that are best suited to delivering on the technical needs of the WIM and in line with the WIM's mandate and making sure that is not diluted. I'm going to rush a bit because I'm running out of time maybe, but the next gap is on coordination and institutionalization across actors and scales and the need to align efforts between subnational and local and international level. And particularly aligning across the different kind of silos or sectors of loss and damage, such as humanitarian assistance, disaster risk reduction, development finance, climate as well. And so we recommend, more country-specific approaches, such as more devolved and national plans for how loss and damage could be addressed at that scale and at that level. As well as more inclusive consultations with local communities and local actors that would then feed upwards into the global UNFCCC processes. You could also have loss and damage needs identified in countries' NDCs, and you could also assess progress on addressing loss and damage in the global stock take process, for example. And we've already started some conversations on that at this COP in the technical dialogues. The final gap I want to highlight is around the politics of loss and damage specifically. This has been a highly politicized topic at the UNFCCC space for a number of years due to the potential connotations and linkages to liability and compensation. And we suggest that the focus should be on the needs of the people who are in the vulnerable communities that are already facing losses and damages. And that we should focus on that rather than more on the political dimension of it. So thank you very much. Hope that was interesting. Happy to answer any questions. And there are some links here to the report, the policy brief, the seminar, and some contact details. Thank you.
Thank you, Soa, and I hope you found it interesting because these are 8 really important gaps which must be addressed. And I think one of the important points to highlight is that the gaps, some of them can be solved here at the COP or in future COPs, but in the UNFCCC process. Some will probably be better solved by donor countries finding solutions, by those governments who actually are in the countries where the loss and damage is happening, and also by all those stakeholders and actors who are implementing activities related to loss and damage. I think actually I also forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mattias Söderberg, and I work in Danchurch Aid, Danish Development NGO, and we are one of the actors actually addressing loss and damage on the ground, and that's why we are following. But now we will have a panel, and we will have comments to the research. And I would like to invite Mr. Anil Pokhrel, Executive Chief of Norma and a loss and damage specialist from Nepal. Welcome up here on the stage. And then I would like to invite Naya Møretrø, who is a youth activist, a member of Changemakers in Norway. So we also have a Norwegian, Nordic voice. I would also like to invite Soha again to the panel, so that you also can take part. And we're waiting actually also for panel for Kajsa Wernström-Nötby from Sweden. She's one of the negotiators, and she's right now trying to solve one of these gaps. So I'm afraid we hope that she will join us a little bit later. We're also waiting for Hindu Umaru Ibrahim from Chad, who is also a climate activist, and who should also be on the panel, but she's also involved in trying to solve these gaps. So we will have the panel here, and yeah, please sit. So we will start by listening to your reflections about these gaps where the research has concluded. And I would like to start with you, Mr. Anil. You're coming from a country where loss and damage is a reality. So what is your reflection when you listen to the research SOA is presenting?
Thank you. First and foremost, huge appreciation to the organizers for selecting Nepal's case, and also particularly to me to be part of today's panel. I'd really like to acknowledge the work done by the team, particularly Danish Institute for Development Studies, you all, SEI and others. But this is what I call a very comprehensive, and perhaps to me, as somebody who's following the loss and damage debate and also being a party from the government of Nepal for the loss and damage negotiations, what I see is this is a very comprehensive report that actually again summarizes the processes, the issues around institutions, but also some critical questions around the operationalization of loss and damage issue at a country context level. What really struck me is this report is going to be of tremendous value to negotiators such as myself, but also to other non-state actors such as NGOs and INGOs, to academicians as well. It's comprehensive in that sense. What we've been discussing since we come across this study is to actually localize this into local languages, and Nepal could be one of those examples where we're internal discussing within our DCA team as how we could get the gist out of it and to translate into a Nepali context. But now I would want to delve on some of those key gaps that's been identified. What I see is these 8 gaps have been very well articulated and as well presented by Joha as well. I'd like to kind of briefly mention only on 3 gaps. First and foremost, the finance. Finance for addressing loss and damages. I think this is the most debated thing that's happening here in Sharm el-Sheikh. What the LDC countries, including G77 and China, have a common position that so this has to be a specific facility, and this needs to be expedited at the earliest. It shouldn't be taking another 5 COPs to happen to this. It should be done by 2024. And countries like Nepal, which are already fearing the brunt of these climate change impacts, should be able to kind of access this financing at the earliest possible time. We've seen some previous financing instruments taking huge leadway time in terms of getting it accredited and also for processing projects. These things should not exist because, again, if you look at the cases of countries like mountain countries like Nepal, these impacts are already happening. People are dying. Like hazards such as landslides and floods are happening at an unprecedented rate. Our death of landslides itself is quadrupled. Year before last, we saw 376 people dying just because of landslides, where on an average year, we'd only be losing around 40, 50 people. Scores and scores of settlements have been rendered uninhabitable. That's what's been experienced even after the monsoon, where we should not be raining. So that's the kind of situation that we're dealing. So the financing is very key. Secondly, again, to operationalize a fit-for-purpose Santiago network, that's the most heated point that's happening in the negotiations right now. What we see is the governance mechanism. Instead of a body, we're proposing a governing board that comprises of representatives from countries that are the Annex 1 and the non-Annex 1 countries alike, to make it a lean body so that it's able to kind of act fast, make decisions quickly, and then provide support in terms of capacity building, in terms of defining loss and damage at a national level. We've also been advocating for national focal points so that they're able to be in touch on a periodic basis, but also to report back on an annual basis, especially the loss and damage at a country level. The third point that I want to mention is on the coordination and the institutionalization across sectors and scales. I think this is yet too early perhaps, but again, delving on the Nepali experience, what we see is every country has its own different set of mechanisms. Let's take the case of Nepal again. Last year, we'd experienced unprecedented disasters that were compounded because of a number of reasons. Complex disasters such as permafrost in the mountains, glacial lake outbursts, and then landslide at an unprecedented scale happening that we'd never witnessed before. Our investments around interbasin transfer of water, dams, electricity, hydropower have been buried under 24 meters of debris. Melamti is a project that had just been completed, and this is now under a rubble. And we don't really know again how long it's going to take for us to salvage that particular project, or even if it's on a sustainable on a longer term. These are things that have already been experienced. They've already been observed. We also need to kind of reconstruct and recover those. But what's happening is the sword is still hanging up there. The risk still looms, and even a further more damaging disasters could happen perhaps in the year to come. So this is where having a system whereby it's operationalized at the national and the subnational levels is so important. In our case, in the case of Nepal, what we've set up is a mechanism whereby each local governments are able to report it on a portal whereby they're able to communicate what is the damages and the losses that have happened, the reporting those incidents, based on which having a national platform whereby NDRMA, the Ministry of Forest, Environment, the NGOs and INGOs could come together, look at a mechanism where we could do continuous dialogues around such processes, and to help these municipal governments properly account for those damage and losses, and also look at ways for reconstructing them using these lessons so that they're able to kind of again rebuild or reconstruct so that those investments are resilient on a longer term. So these are some of the discussions that we're actually having on the ground, but this will very much be, again, these are very much at an infant stage. So it's also tied to the work that the National Disaster Management Authority has been undertaking in Nepal. Even this year as well, there's been numerous districts where they've been declared disaster emergency, and so these are field teams currently undertaking damage and loss assessment on the ground. So these information would surely feed into such body of dialogues, but perhaps having it localized, this report perhaps localized in a Nepali context, and getting some of those flavors of this initial work on damage and loss happening on the ground could really make a way to really localize it in a Nepali context. At the end, I'd like to again really congratulate the Danish government for announcing a fund for addressing loss and damage, and to make it a point that countries such as Nepal, or mountainous countries already facing such high levels of impacts, climate change impacts, should be on a priority list for accessing such this finance. So thank you. With these words, I'd like to pass it back to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Anil. And I think, as you point, the gaps in relation to loss and damage are a reality already now. So it's really valuable. Now, I would like to ask you, Naya Møretrø, you're coming from Norway, and Norway is one of the members of the Nordic Council of Ministers. What are your reflections to the gaps presented in this research?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. Just to introduce myself, I'm the leader of a youth organization in Norway called Changemaker. And we work with climate justice as one of our main issues, and we work with pushing the Norwegian government both in national policies but also international, such as in the climate negotiations. And I've tried to follow this track as well as I can, but as you hear and as you might know, it's very technical. But it's very clear that it's so urgent and it's happening right now, and that's why it's such an important issue for us. And thank you so much for doing the report again. It's a very good tool for me when I try to meet with the Norwegian politicians to say that you have ordered this report. Look at how urgent this issue is. Look at all the gaps, and as we hear from you, it's very urgent and there are many gaps and it's happening right now. It seems very far away, I think, for a lot of Nordic politicians, but it is really happening right now, and it goes straight into the core of the climate justice issue. It's very clear that it's not the people who have made climate change who is suffering the consequences. So also what I read between the lines in the report, what is missing is political will. Like we saw in, for example, COVID, the society and the governments in the Nordics really mobilized money and effort and all the people to really make an effort. And it worked. And this response we also need to climate change because of the urgency and all the gaps that are there. And it's so good that the Nordic Council ordered a report, but then there's also responsibility to follow up on the report. And at least my government and Espen Barth Eide, which is the climate and environment minister, says that loss and damage is really important. We really need to address loss and damage, but where is really the action in our politics back home? They say that they want to find innovative sources for finance, but where is really the effort to find innovative sources for finance at home? It's not there. So that's what I really push for when I meet with them.
Thank you, thank you, Naya. And it's really good to hear as well about the youth engagement in Norway. And now I would like to ask you, so now you're one of the researchers and one of the authors, so I assume you think this is a really good report. But can you just also comment on, are there any of, I know it's difficult to prioritize gaps, but were there any of these gaps which were more urgent to address than others?
Yeah, I think that what we've been hearing at this COP and what we've been hearing from least developed countries and small island states for several years now is that the biggest gap is in finance, and it is in finance specifically to address loss and damage, and that's why the push has been so hard to get an agenda item on that at this COP. And I personally believe that those who are suffering the most from climate impacts should have disproportionate authority in dictating what the solution looks like, because they're the ones who are suffering. They should be the ones who should be able to decide what the solution is, what it looks like. And I think that the developed world, both researchers, CSOs, negotiators, have a responsibility to listen to the solutions that they are putting forward. And I think this is part of research as well, because the whole point of neutral, objective, scientific research is to consider all voices, but at the same time to also consider disproportionately the voices of those who have greater weight in all of this. And I think the voices that have greater weight are vulnerable and marginalized communities, are developing countries, and they particularly are demanding that what they think is the best solution is a separate loss and damage financial facility. And so I think that at this COP we need to seriously consider that as a solution that is coming from the global south, and we need to think about and continue doing research on what that could look like. What is the way to structure that would be the best way, that is fit for purpose, that, and most importantly, would meet the needs and priorities of those who are already suffering loss and damage.
Thank you. Naya, you want Mark?
A small comment on that. I totally agree. That's so important, and that's also something we tell our negotiators. And just because it's such a comprehensive topic, which needs a lot of money, the finance gap is huge, we also need a very comprehensive solution. And that can be translated into, for example, a finance facility. So I very much understand those arguments, and I hope the Nordic politicians do too.
May I also follow up with a question to you, Anil, because you also mentioned the need for addressing the needs on the local level. And if we move away from the finance issue and looking more into the practical issue, how do we do this? How can we best make sure that the support, if we just assume that there will be coming funds, how should we ensure that they actually reach the local level?
Countries and governments like myself, we are not waiting until the financing facility is developed and the money trickles down into Nepal. A lot of these families who lost their houses, they're already living in tents. They find it hard to kind of again adapt to the new ways of living, finding lands where they could build houses. So this is where the government is using its hard, difficult budgetary allocations to be of support to the families and to the local governments. We started taking loans from the banks, and that's how we're working on it. We can't wait until these things to happen. And so for these families, these are families who are elderly, their children might be out in the Middle East working hard laborers, they're migrants, they're pregnant ladies, they're people who are disabled. We can't wait until that to happen. But we'd like to, again, work with these kind of researchers, with these kind of platforms, whereby we're able to tell these stories so that this is an urgent issue. This needs to be addressed. And it's not like countries like ourselves where could only rely on loans for helping them reconstructing these houses, these settlements, and these infrastructures. So that's a way we're actually doing it. So to take it forward, what we've done is set up a mechanism within the government of Nepal, utilizing the National Disaster Management Fund. The executive committee decides on it, and it allows the national fund to be transferred into the local government's bank account for reconstructing some of these exposed events. Whereas for reconstructing private houses, what we've also done is set up a mechanism, a guideline whereby the money gets transferred directly to the owner's bank account in 3 tranches. And so they, based on their needs and their requirements, they're able to build their own houses and their livelihoods. So that's a mechanism that we've already adopted. Now with this kind of facilities, and I'd not even say if it has to be done, this facility, when this facilities get set up, we will be able to access accelerated financing to actually expand this and to do it in a more organized way so that we're able to really get these people into proper settlements, have proper drinking water facilities, toilets, and a better livelihood so that they're able to cope with future such climatic impacts.
Thank you. Very concrete solutions on the ground. That's good. I would like to turn to the audience to see if there are any questions. I think there will be a microphone coming. Yeah.
Hello. I don't have a question, but as a citizen from the global south, specifically Africa, I'm Al Hassan Mohammed. I'm a climate activist, part of Fridays for Future movement. I'm from Sudan. So I think, first of all, I would like to thank you for this enlightening presentation. When we talk about the loss and damage, specifically the impacts regarding the agricultural and field and also the food security, we are talking about daily situation. For example, in my country, Sudan, most of the population, 70% of the population are farmers. The most common activity is farming, and more than 65 of the land is fertile. The soil is really rich there. We are proud of our wealth regarding this. So I want just to tell you that when we talk about the food crisis in my country, also we are talking about security crisis, because most of the community there are trying to find ways to adapt with what's happening now regarding the climate crisis, because the land is no longer like the past. So this will make them make conflict with other people in other places. So they will try to immigrate. So this is really risky for the community there. So I think that we need to find a framework to support the communities, the most vulnerable community, directly, to help them to adapt to this happening, because we are not talking about dark scenarios in the future. We are talking about daily situation. This is an urgent thing, and I want that to amplify that. We need to tell them also about what's happening, because most of the community there are not even aware with the climate crisis. Most of them are not aware. There is absence of education. It's not about lack of education. It's directly and literally absence of education. And I hope that there will be more opportunities to them to get information about what's happening. And I hope that the NGOs will stop speaking and speeches, and they must talk directly with the communities, go to them in their places and find solutions with them directly. And thank you for giving me this chance.
Thank you. There was clear recommendations to I think both NGOs and governments. So thank you. Are there more questions, or we can take them and then the panel will have a chance to comment?
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Super interesting. I have a question about the finance gap. So considering that this is for the first time loss and damage is really on the table and is being discussed in this year, what do you realistically expect coming out of this negotiation at the end of COP27?
That was also a very clear question. I think we'll take one more question and then I'll let the panel answer. Is there a question? No. So then oh yeah, one.
Thank you. I am Mr. Saif Iqbal from ICAT. My question is to Zoha, basically two questions. As you know that already Germany, Belgium placed some financing for loss and damage. So should we develop from now a monitoring and evaluation framework for accessing this loss and damage finance for as part of the preparation for future? And my second question is that you know that there is no currently any national mechanism to address loss and damage in the vulnerable countries. So what should be our next steps from now to establish this national mechanism, so that as my mentor Professor Salim always said, that we should not be only depending on the developed countries, but we should also have our own preparation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can start then with Soha. This question was directly to you. Do you want to comment on any of the?
Sure. So I think on the negotiations, we see kind of a split between what the decision at this COP will be. So, and maybe my colleagues can help me, but I think developing countries have said that they would like the decision at this COP to say that a facility for loss and damage finance is established, and then to spend the rest of the agenda item until 2024 to discuss how it would be operationalized, utilizing the Glasgow dialogue sessions as well at the SPs. Developed countries have said that they would prefer the decision at this COP to set out a process, so a work plan with a timeline of how we move forward in terms of assessing the gaps in finance, when we have technical dialogues or submissions to determine what finance would look like over the next 2 years, and then potentially some kind of report summarizing those discussions that would provide a recommendation for a decision to be taken in COP29 in 2024. So those are the two different things on the table that I see, and personally, I don't know how we will reach a decision that is a compromise. I feel like that's two very different ends of the spectrum, but yeah, maybe our colleague who is in the negotiations can help us. On monitoring and evaluation, yes, I think the bilateral pledges offer a real opportunity to demonstrate what loss and damage finance could really look like, to really demonstrate how it is being utilized on the ground. And I think we should have very locally led approaches to monitoring, where we literally, have communities share stories on, what their needs are, the extent to which, like how this money is being used, how it is addressing their needs, where the gaps still remain, what is effective, what is not working. So I think it offers an opportunity to do that. On establishing the facility, yes, I think we shouldn't be waiting for developed countries to move on this, but I think we should continue to stay, well, not we, because I'm not there, but like negotiators should continue to stay strong in their demand of what they expect, but at the same time, potentially could start setting up national systems, right? So national hubs in countries that already set up, channeling finance to the ground, for example, or ways to demonstrate how they're already using the money and how it would be efficient and effective and would fill the gaps in the architecture.
Thank you. Naya?
Yeah, so just to fill in on the expectations, there are very different, the two options here. And I think this issue is probably maybe one of the big issues that will drag the COP right into the end, maybe even over time. And if we don't get a decision, a lot of people will be very, very disappointed. And if the compromise doesn't include pledges on more finance that's need-based, adequate, then we will be very disappointed. So that's definitely my expectations and hopes. And I will be very disappointed in Norway and other rich countries that they say that they care about loss and damage, and they're not really putting any good solutions on the table, because that's just what we need.
Thank you. And Anil?
The developing countries have a unanimous voice to have a thermal sake financing facility for loss and damage. That's a bottom line. That's what we really want. And as you said, we're hugely disappointed if we don't have that facility set up and operational and active by 2024. But decision has to be happen here in this COP27. That's one. What's going to happen if it's not established? We will be lost and damaged further. So we don't want to be lost. We don't want to be damaged. We have an existential crisis. We all might die. At least I might not be able to speak for the whole world, but at least for this high risk, the most vulnerable countries, people are already dying, and there's an existential risk on it. So we don't want to be lost. We don't want to be damaged.
Thank you. I think there was one comment here. Yeah, please.
Yeah, actually, my question is to Nepal. And have you assessed the sentiments of people because of the loss and damage if they have to be relocated somewhere else than where they are living currently? And because I believe that the conservation of the biodiversity and agriculture is much on their hands in the future. And if there is a sentiment that if they are afraid of being translocated somewhere else than where they were living, for example, from the mountains to the plain land of Nepal. So do you foresee those challenges of biodiversity conservation and agriculture preservation, those things particularly focusing on the mountainous region?
What we've been able to learn, especially when it comes to relocating families and settlements, is that it's complex. It's not easy. And if you recall, we went through a massive earthquake in 2015, and there's a huge body of knowledge and operational experience in terms of resettling families and settlements to safer locations. We have had mixed success around it, and people would hesitate to kind of move out of their home states or their land, their attachments to other religious and other aspects. It's not easy, but having said that, again, we also need to look at technological options, like especially if you're living in the floodplains, we could look at technological innovations as how their livelihoods and perhaps their home state could be made more resilient to floods and inundation. We could perhaps start looking at, again, raising those plains, or perhaps take a Dutch or a Danish way of, again, living in polders, pumping and using those kind of. So adopting new technological choices perhaps could enable people to stay there, but in a different kind of risk environment, a lowered risk environment. But at places where it's not possible for them, and if it's a threat to their life, then this is where the government would step in, work with the municipal governments, work with the communities, explain them in their language and in their terms the need to resettle perhaps to a safer locations. So there's been mixed knowledge, mixed experiences so far, especially after the 2015 earthquake. This is where, again, it needs investments. It needs continuous dialogues with multiple set of actors, civil society institutions, academicians, and also drawing on lessons from international community as how such resettlements have taken place. I'd like to end by saying again, like my forefathers, my grandparents did move from the mid-hills, from the mountains to the plains in search for a better livelihood and perhaps a resilient livelihood. Migration and resettling has been part of the culture itself, even in the mountains. So this is where we could find some solutions, but not the only solutions in terms of migrating. Perhaps ways of technological adoption in certain settlements could also be worked out.
Thank you. And we're about to end, but I think there is one last question, and before we conclude.
Yeah, thanks for a very good report. I'm Hans Peter from Denmark. One of your issue was financial gaps, and I will ask if you have looked. I'm not expecting you have done that calculation, but if you have looked at existing different calculations around the world. Oxfam IBIS in Denmark just did that and had the front page of Politiken, one of the leading Danish newspaper, last Monday, and they have calculated Danish fair share, as we also do with climate finance, this 5 billion Danish kroner for climate finance each year is our fair share. On the loss and damage, a conservative calculation from Oxfam IBIS on existing international study was 27 billion Danish kroner. I'm sitting here with Karen from Danida, and I think it's about 20 billion, so it's more than the total Danida budget for 1 year. So are you a bit considering how to find this money? I can say the Danish NGO just published a report to get 5 billion Danish kroner per year from different tax and other revenue, which is not taken from development aid. I also know you have done one in Norway, the Forum and the church have done a similar report in Norway. Yeah.
As time is about to be up, I ask you to be quite brief and also use this as your concluding comment. Thank you. You want to start? Okay, yeah. Naya.
So I heard someone say the other day that we need the trillions, but we still have to pay up the billions. So the governments definitely need to put in the public funding, but also the scale of this issue is clearly that we need much more money, so we definitely need to explore other ways, and I'm no expert of that, but then we really need to put down the effort to find those ways.
So
yeah, I think when the will is there, finance can be mobilized, as we've seen with the pandemic, as we've seen with the war on Ukraine. So I think public finance, but also taxing fossil fuel profits, for example, could be a way, but there might be other mechanisms such as debt relief or debt cancellation, which might also give support to vulnerable countries and the fiscal space to address loss and damage.
Thank you. And final word to you, Mr. Anil.
I think I'd like to echo both our distinguished panelists' words. Where there's a will, there's a way out. I think it's right time for especially for the leaders in the developed part of the world to really sow that will, so and really work in terms of, again, looking at innovative ways of financing to address this global complex and a wicked problem.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you, and thanks to the Nordic Council of Ministers, and thank you to the audience both here and online. And now we'll move on and see how it will go at the COP with this important topic. Bye.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Nordic Pavilion at COP27 for this event, focusing on sustainable construction. The event is provokingly titled, How Can We Build Nothing? Perhaps a suggestion to hint that sustainable construction is an oxymoron, two words that contradict each other, and that given the known practice, construction cannot be sustainable. Obviously, how can we build nothing will depend on the context and where in the world we are looking. But the essence is that we're facing resource scarcity and a rapid need to reduce CO2 emission from construction. Therefore, there's an urgent need Therefore, there's an urgent need to rethink how we use the existing material pool most wisely, and how we can not only reduce CO2 emission from construction, but actually develop methods to make construction net positive while still securing safe housing for those who need it. One of the big global greenhouse gas emitters is the construction sector. Our built environment is responsible for up to 40% of global carbon emissions. If we are serious about a global transition to net zero, the industry needs to radically reuse the amount of carbon emitted from new constructions, infrastructure and buildings, while at the same time being at the forefront of an increased need for homes. On this account, the sector is expected to grow up to 42% by 2030. This puts an extra level of urgency on the need to transition the way we imagine, plan, construct and use buildings. And we must start now. The good news is that we know many of the solutions already, and if we get started, something can be done about it. Based on experiences and failures from the Nordic countries, we will discuss how we as a global community can start the global movement of transforming words, knowledge and technical solutions into actions based on the specific, local and place-based conditions we are operating within. We will discuss the barriers that prevent us from transitioning to sustainable, regenerative and circular practices in architecture and construction, and we will identify opportunities for catalyzing the necessary change. So on the panel today, we have these three people. First of all, Kirsten Dunlop, CEO from Climate we have Kurt Emil Eriksen from Velux in Denmark, and we have Audrey Nugent, who is Director of Global Advocacy at the World Green Building Council. The event will be divided into 2 rounds of questions, and I would really like you to engage in a dialogue and reactions to each other, reflections to each other, and I also would like to invite the audience to be active and pose your question, raise your voice for reflections and so on. So we can have a discussion where we're actually listening and reflecting to what we're hearing. So we can leave this event maybe a little bit wiser than when we came. So the first round will be focusing on which events and factors can catalyze a global shift towards truly sustainable construction. The second focus will be on material use in relation to place-based and cultural context. So in the start I said we will have a starting point in the Nordic experiences, but actually I think the better thing is to say we'll have a starting point in local conditions and experiences from all over the world. Because this is not just a Nordic thing, this is a global thing, and we need to have local and place-based practices in action. So let's get started, and let's start with the panel. Could I ask you, Kirsten, to just briefly introduce yourself and then come up with your first thoughts about the question?
Thank you very much. So my name is Kirsten Dunlop. Thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation. I'm also very proud to be in this particular environment, which I consider in the context of COP27 one of the few places where actual listening and dialogue is taking place. So compliments. Climate Kick is a European organization, European-based, operating in 39 countries. We are a public-private partnership that develops solutions for climate, both on the mitigation and the adaptation side, but our particular focus is on systemic change. How do we design innovation? How do we deploy innovation? And how do we connect innovation into decision-making systems as a means of experiential learning, exploration, and ultimately option and choice generation, so that we can create a much more global shift in integrated, transformative ways of living. My reflections on this particular context, and perhaps I should explain, one of the areas where we do have quite a lot of work is on wood in construction, is on sustainable forestry. And interestingly, we are part of a program, for example, called Built by Nature. We have worked with the Nordic Council of Ministers on the Sustain Nordic program. And because we are working across different areas that are often managed in a sectoral way and managed in an industrial way, we read across, and so we see some of the issues of lack of integration or lack of transformative effects and translation. So, for example, in work that we are supporting in wood in construction, in a European context, where there is now a large framework for movement building under a call to action called the New European Bauhaus, and which is really calling for principles into the core climate transformation process, principles of aesthetics, of beauty. We need to make things that are beautiful to go into, to walk into, that you feel your mind relax and expand when you're in, biophilic environments. But they're also calling for a combination with affordability and accessibility. So this is not technology for the elite that maybe in decades gets down to people who are living in much more constrained circumstances, but building from the ground up in a context of what is possible and accessible and affordable for everybody, that is beautiful and sustainable and regenerative. And within that context, one of the big pushes is to look at how can we create the enabling conditions to accelerate wood in construction for retrofit of existing buildings and for new build. But when you're working in that environment, you're often working in a context that starts with the wood. You start with certified sustainable wood. And when you look very, very carefully behind the scenes of what is certified, that wood is 20% utilization of trees. So 80% of so-called sustainable wood, 80% of the tree that led to it is being thrown away. And that's simply because the work on sustainable forestry is not really connecting in one full connected system of how to do that. So I think what events and factors can catalyze a truly global shift. One of them is to really redesign, restructure, and reframe the way in which we are innovating across sectors in systemic ways, in ways that connect some of these disconnected pieces and really look at how we make a much more holistic response. Now, there are many ways about how to do that, but I will stop there.
Thank you, Kirsten. But maybe that's a clue to introduce Kurt, because I know you're representing Velux. You actually work with these issues of a bad utilization of the forest material. So Kurt, please introduce yourself and carry on.
Yeah, my name is Kurt Emil Eriksen. I'm working in Velux in public affairs, where I'm responsible for our European and the global activities. Velux is a roof window manufacturer, and we are established in 36 countries around the world, and we have factories in 11 countries. We are good at manufacturing windows, and we are now moving into a new area where we also try to be in dialogue with customers. We would like to transform spaces into livable spaces with daylight and fresh air through the roof, and that is using passive technologies to create sustainable buildings. So daylight is a passive solution, natural ventilation is a passive solution. So that is what we are focusing on, being much more implemented in buildings in the future. We have recently, or 2 years ago, we launched our Sustainability 2030 strategy. It has a number of ambitions. We are focusing on our scope 1 and 2 and 3 emissions. we are focusing on beyond the value chain emission, where we work together with WWF to capture our old historical carbon footprint. And then for this event here, we have also said we would like to show how to build sustainable. So one of our 3 main topics in our sustainability strategy 2030, it is show how to build sustainable. And we have therefore initiated a number of projects, and I will mention one. It is the Living Places project in Copenhagen, where we try to show how we can build sustainable. And I would like to say sustainability is carbon reduction, but it's much more than carbon reduction. It's also healthy places, it's also affordable places, it's also communities where we can utilize the building stock that we have established among people there, so that we are not building a lot of buildings that are unutilized during a large part of the day, a large part of the week, because that is not sustainable. So that is how the program is focusing. But I will here touch upon what we do on carbon, and there we have together with Effect and Mo, 2 consulting companies, in an architect company and a consulting engineer in Copenhagen. There we have developed a project where we have managed to get down to 4 kilo CO2 per square meter by using recyclable materials, by using wood, by focusing on how do we cooperate in the sector between the architects and the engineers and the suppliers, because it's in the optimization of the building that we can do a difference. Then I would like to say, because you started saying that we have some challenges in the building stock with carbon reductions. And I would like to say yes, we really have some urgent issues that we need to tackle. The Global Building Alliance came out with their status report 2 days ago. And that status report shows that we have reduced the carbon intensity in buildings with 7% over 5 years. But we have also built much more square meters in the same period. So the total is that even though that we have reduced the carbon intensity in buildings, we have grown the amount of emissions from buildings because we have more buildings. And we know that in Africa, 70% of the buildings that we are going to use 20 years from now, they are not yet built. So they need to be built. So there's really, really, really an urgency to tackle this. And from my own perspective, I really had a wake-up call over the last couple of days that we are not moving as fast as we should. And then just one final thing, we need some kind of standards. We need a common methodology for sustainable buildings, and I hope World Green Building Council can support on that. But we need a common methodology, and I see that within the industry, because we have in the industry the science-based target initiatives, and just today in Jyllandsposten in Denmark, or yesterday, there was an article about this, and companies who have signed up to SBTi targets, they reduce their emissions faster than what they have expected to do, because they have a methodology to look into, they have a standard to lean upon. We need much more companies to move into that, to move into the SBTi targets. But what we need in buildings, it is a common methodology that everyone throughout the world can lean upon and say, I am meeting those requirements. I am meeting the science-based targets for buildings that we need.
Thank you, Kurt. Very interesting. Also, I think evidence that this is not just a question of technology and so on. It's basically a shift in the culture, not only in construction but in society. How do we use buildings? Why do we always just turn down and build new when we might as well save them and retrofit them? In connection to what you also mentioned, Kirsten, the new European Bauhaus, it's all a question about cultural development. You had some requests for the Global Green Building Council. We need methodologies. So, Audrey, next, up to you.
Thank you, Kurt. That's a challenge we are willing to take on and hopefully tackle in the coming years. My name is Audrey Nugent and I'm the Global Director of Advocacy at the World Green Building Council. So the World Green Building Council is a global network of green building councils operating in 77 countries around the world. And what we do is we bring together the entire construction value chain in each of those countries. In each of those countries to figure out how we can deliver sustainable buildings for everyone, everywhere. So we're focused on decarbonisation, resilience, resources and circularity, and health and well-being. So very much that systemic approach to a built environment. I think the question you raise about, moving towards this shift in delivering sustainable construction, it's really difficult. We have a very difficult sector that we operate in, but I think there's a lot of willingness within the value chain to achieve that, but we have different challenges in different places. So in Europe, we have the challenge of existing buildings. So how do we renovate those at scale in a way that preserves the cultural heritage and all of those things that we enjoy when we're in places? So I think Kirsten's point on that systemic approach to achieving a sustainable built environment is really, really important. But how can we build nothing? I think there's a really interesting conversation you could have in Europe, maybe in North America, on places about how you renovate and you repurpose buildings. But the reality is we are in Africa and we're expecting a lot of a growing population, exponential growth in Asia as well. So we have to build something in these places. So we need to learn from some of the mistakes that we have made in Europe. We need to build in a way that is really efficient, that's sufficient. So, and we're also, using local materials. We're really, respecting that cultural heritage. So I think that's really important. But then I guess, I work in policy and advocacy, so I really think that's an important maybe driver in sort of kind of getting us there and an enabler. And I think Kurt's point on, these methodologies, we need to start looking at not just the operational carbon impact of buildings, we need to be looking at the embodied carbon as well. And in order to do that, we really need to figure out a way to calculate that in a way that is, harmonized and how we can do that. And you will be happy to hear that we are having conversations within our Europe network on how we can, maybe get the European Commission in Europe to implement whole life carbon policy and how that would be harmonized. But that's a really, really tricky question. And we all know, those of us who are involved in those debates on these standards, there's interesting debates, and that requires consensus building and all of that stuff. And I think just on that point, and then maybe I'll let others come in, I think when we're talking about a really fragmented value chain, that consensus building is so important, because you have to bring everyone together and figure out how we can achieve this, because otherwise you're going to overlook things that are important. We recently have a project called Building Life, and we were bringing together a huge range of stakeholders to figure out how we could adopt European policy to address whole life carbon. And we had the Architects Council of Europe on that group, and they were very much pushing us, those of us who were a bit more kind of on the technical and the policy side. They're like, you have to bring in the quality and the aesthetics, and that was so important. And if we hadn't had them in that conversation, maybe we would have overlooked that. So I think that consensus bringing people in and delivering that systemic change is really important, and just respecting, the different nuances and the different cultures that we have to work with is going to be really important. So there's a challenge, but I think there's a huge appetite that we can actually do this, because I can see the commitment that exists within our network of green building councils and the partners that we have. So that's
Thank you, Audrey, and thank you also for hinting on the importance of SDG 17. We need to cooperate across all relevant interests and sectors and business and policy and so on and so forth. Very important points. I'll just give the word again to Kirsten, but I just want to remind the audience, please, if you have any questions and reflections, just give a sign for that. And also, if anyone could contribute, because you also touch upon the question on, so how is it like in Africa? How is it like in Asia? So very much I would like to welcome perspectives from Africa and Asia, if possible. for Kirsten.
I was thinking, actually, literally, I've just come here from the panel that is discussing, thank you, sustainable regenerative, how to build into our ways of working a much more inherent regenerative mindset. What does that mean? And part of the three major recommendations of the Earth for All project is very much relevant here. We need to price in carbon and price the natural environment, because that then very much encourages a sense of the difference that is really at stake. We really need to remove subsidies and get to the point of addressing inequality. And we need to introduce a new economic measure for human well-being across the entire planet, because that starts to create the frame for a dialogue and a debate about what is contextual and local and meaningful in different places. But I would add to that, based on the work that we have been doing and what I'm hearing also amongst us, two other things. Regulatory sandboxes or policy labs, a place where you can create a practice of connecting, working on the edge to explore and experiment and integrate new solutions into policy and feedback loops. So you're kind of getting a sense of which bit of regulation that we currently have is stopping us creating, for example, international standards, or is stopping us for accelerating the way in which we put wood into construction. And the last element, and this for me is the most wicked, you mentioned it before, the most important, mindset shifts. Reframing, retraining, helping people acquire a different understanding. In what we're talking about here, we have grown up in cultures in the North that have taught us, even our language, when you want to make something solid, you make it concrete. If you want to think about fear of insecurity, you talk about buildings that are in wood. When you think about status and the evolution of societies, you talk about going from mud huts to wood to brick and stone. We have to unwind 2,000 years of learned experience and begin to embrace a completely new cultural milieu that says it is safe, it is rewarding, it is culturally significant, and it's regulated. And we can create standards. And I think this is some of what we need to understand, how to get ourselves comfortable with the idea that we're going to have to retrain every cultural response we've been taught.
I would like to comment on that, because I fully agree that we have a paradigm shift, or we need a paradigm shift. If we go just a few years back, we only focused on energy efficiency in buildings. The way we regulate buildings were by kilowatt hours per square meter, and that is good, and that has driven a development. So I'm not against it, but I would like to say it is only a short period of the building's lifetime that we are regulating, and it's only a short part of the building's CO2 emission that we are regulating. So the way we manufacture construction materials and bring them to site, and how we work with it on site until the house is ready for people to move in, that is outside any kind of legislation. Until a few years ago, where France started up having a regulation, and now Denmark will have regulations from the 1st of January 2023. So a few countries will move on this, but that needs to be changed. And it is the first thing we should do. And when we have done that, we will start looking at what kind of materials are we using in the buildings, because then you will see that if the cement manufacturer or the concrete manufacturer have not optimized the way they manufacture concrete, then they are out of business. So they will then switch to a renewable energy system. They will reduce their carbon content because they suddenly become regulated. So that paradigm shift is definitely needed. And then buildings are for people to be in. I mean, it's very, very few buildings that are not built for us to be inside. We have a garage for the car, but otherwise it's for us to be inside. So we need to focus on health and comfort in buildings. It is really, really important that we focus on that. And in Velux we have a number of studies showing consequences of unhealthy buildings in Europe. And we should avoid that. And when we go into this paradigm shift, we should take health and comfort in buildings with us.
Oh, Is that working? Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on your point about, you know, just looking at energy efficiency and the dangers that that may have. So we advocate at World Green Building Council very much for a whole life carbon approach. So you're looking at operational and embodied. And your anecdote reminded me, I was speaking to the CEO of the Irish Green Building Council a couple of years ago, and we were talking about how energy efficiency in Irish houses had gone down a lot. But then he said to me, but the size of the houses has increased by 100% in 20 years. So if you're not looking at it across the whole life cycle of the building, then actually you're really missing an opportunity, and you're not figuring that out. And I think that's so important. And then just my point on the size of the houses, that brings in then the sufficiency debate. Do you really need houses? Or in Ireland, most people live in houses, not flats, but do they need to be as big as we're building them? I think that's another question that is emerging more and more.
So, in many ways, we need paradigm shift. Because an incremental development in this regard is not sufficient, I can hear from you. I want to go back a couple of days ago, Kirsten, where we had a discussion here at this very pavilion with a slightly different perspective or question, which was about rural voices. How can we make a balanced, sustainable development both in urban communities and rural communities? And you had some points about the current economic system does not provide the necessary options for change. I think it would be interesting to hear you reflect a little bit about that. How can we secure a paradigm shift if we don't change the basic fundamentals of the economy?
Thank you. I think this is exactly the word that Audrey is using is the word that I would bring in on the notion of sufficiency. And I mean, at the moment, we are still not addressing the fundamental structural problem. Every single discussion in anywhere in COP, for example, that is talking about something to do with servicing markets, pricing, offsetting carbon markets, working out how to run with the existing market economy, is not addressing the underlying issue, which is that the way in which markets work is based on a core assumption that human well-being is about consumption and is therefore needs to be associated with the notion of growth, which comes with an idea that that's extractive growth so that you can have access to a greater and greater variety of consumption. And when I look at some through the eyes, and I'm certainly not expert in able to speak to the Global South, when I look through the eyes of some of the work that we see in partnership with some of our multilateral partners, and I look at the images of the future that are being painted in the Global South for the built environment, they're images taken from Hong Kong, Shanghai, the North. Why would you want to live like that? We have learned that this is disastrous. And then I go across and I hear the mantra around innovation needs to become like Silicon Valley. That's where innovation gets capital, it grows, it scales, it goes to market. I was in San Francisco in September, and what I saw was literally hell on earth. It was humans living in utter degradation on the streets, in the roads, in the gutters, in the pavements, in the richest city, in the richest country, in the richest state in the world. And that is created by an economic system that thinks that capital markets will solve everything. I'm going to start ranting, so I'll calm myself down. I think one of the essences here is, but you don't get economic systems to change without alternatives. And one of our biggest challenges is that if we're going to come to the table with something that says there is a viable alternative, we need to change the measures, we need to change the structures, we need to change the paradigms, and we need to create options through innovation that are robust and that are available for decision making. And one of the interesting things that I heard very loudly from the voices of the other session the other day was, help us share. Help us share resources. We want to share resources. We live in communities where we can organize ourselves to share transport, materials, food, community space. We need regulation, policy, economic models, incentives to help us share. And I think that's one of the biggest, if it's one thing that I take from this experience in these 2 days and listening in, how do you take an abstract construct of sufficiency, turn it into something that is meaningful and felt in terms of communities saying, help us share, and a language that is real, and how do we as innovators bring real choices and options around, so what does that look like in practice?
Yeah, it reminds me all about the late American architect Buckminster Fuller, who said, you don't change anything by fighting the existing reality. To change something, you have to create something new that makes the existing reality obsolete. And I think that's just to the point that you're mentioning here, Kirsten. So I don't know if you've noticed, but we have slightly moved into the second round of this discussion. It's just going without any notice, but we are now starting more and more to focus on the place-based and cultural context of construction. And I also want to invite you again, dear audience, if you have a question, if you have an African or Asian perspective perhaps, you're more than welcome to ask for the microphone. But Kurt, continue.
I would like to continue where Kirsten left, because I can offer you a new currency. I can offer you a new financial system. We need to have price on CO2. CO2 should be seen as a currency. That is at least what we in the building sector have discussed the last couple of days. It is that as long as the CO2 is not seen as a currency, as we will not reach carbon neutrality. What I mean with this is that when we design buildings, we are able to inform customers and clients about the cost, about the energy efficiency, and they will always evaluate the building on this. They evaluate it on the often lowest price. Why don't they evaluate it based on the lowest CO2 emission in a life cycle perspective, of course? And in order to do that, we need to have a price on CO2, and that needs to be on a level of the urgency that we have. So if we want to decarbonize the construction sector, we might need to set requirement to CO2 costs in the built environment. I don't have a solution about how to do it exactly, but we need it. Then about sharing spaces, because Kirsten was also talking about sharing spaces. I think that is also a part of our paradigm shift that we need to take. We have so many buildings which are built and utilized, let's say 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So that is 40 hours throughout, what is it? It is 150 hours during a week. So 1/3, not even 1/3, because we have Saturday and Sundays, not even 1/3 of the time the building is built, it is being used. That's crazy. It's simply crazy. So we need also to look into how can we in a better way share buildings. How can an office be transformed into some other kind of buildings in the evening and things like that? How can we utilize the school? So yeah.
I couldn't agree more with either of what both of you have said. I think that point on, you know, needing a price for carbon, that's really important, and that just when you think about the amount of waste that we have in the construction industry, whether it be the energy efficiency of our buildings, the size of the buildings that we're building in some cases, and also the fact that when we do build them, we're not even utilizing that space properly. So, and I think that's really important. And you also made me just think about, you know, when we have to deconstruct the building, what are we doing with the materials then? How are we reusing them? And just to that local point about where can you reuse them locally? How do you kind of create the enabling conditions to create a circular economy in the built environment? We've had a lot of those conversations at World GBC, and there's some really interesting things that need to happen. And one of them that I had never thought of until we were discussing it was you need a place to store them so that you can, you know, bring them around. So there's so many things that we need to do, and we know how to do them. We just need to actually do them. And I hope, you know, this is the implementation COP, that we finally start doing them. But we really need those local communities to be involved, because these are the people who use those spaces and reuse them and do all of that stuff. And I think we just need to tap into that and figure that out, and then we can really get going. But yeah.
Yeah. Audience, please come up with some questions. Nikolai will give you the mic. Anyone? African perspective? Oh, we have one there. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Emma Prazuti. I'm from the Cora Foundation. And I have a question that goes towards this I guess when you have a plan to build, there's this relationship between the client and the builder. And I was wondering, are you seeing any innovative models around planning for the ownership of the building or the stewardship of that space, so that it doesn't just end up being, an office building used by a company, but it is a building that maybe is used by a company plus community. Are you seeing any kind of new ways of bringing community into the conversation early, so that those buildings are truly designed to be multi-purpose?
If I could answer part of it, and I think the rest of the panel also have an answer, but yes, we see some examples. For instance, Rambøll have an office in Copenhagen, which is also at the same time as it is their office. The ground floor is open for public to get into, and there's a lot of other companies who do the same. So they move all the kind of things that the public can utilize also down in the ground floor, so people can have access to it. And then the offices is on first floor and second floor and so on. So that is one way of doing it. Another way would be that, and we see that in another city in Denmark, in Sønderborg, where the community have renovated an old military building and made it public made it open for the public to come in and rent spaces where they can work. So I really do see a trend in that direction. I would also expect that a lot of other cities around the world have the same philosophy with this open office space and things like that. So I see a movement. It could maybe go a little bit faster, and it could be a requirement to. As a matter of fact, I think you have point in your system, haven't you? If people are, if a client is building a house, it's green building count. No, it's DGNB I'm thinking about. DGNB have a score system, and you score more if you make the building available for the public outside its normal hours.
Very good questions here, and it's about how we're utilizing our existing buildings. How do we change that, and how do we introduce legislative measures, standards, and so on, providing exactly what you are demanding here? I mean, one example is the new Danish building code coming up next year, which is requiring a maximum CO2 emission per square meter and so on. It's too high, you could argue, but it have to go down. But that is a measure that I think could trigger innovation. But what are the innovations? How do you trigger the innovations that make us use the buildings in a much more efficient way and a more multi-purpose way? How can we do that? I think that would be the question. Kirsten?
Maybe if I could specifically respond to that with respect to the question on how do you get a community involved in doing some of that. Just a couple of examples that we have seen very interesting. And one builds on your reference to currencies, which I'm violently in agreement that we need a currency. We need carbon factored into the way we think about currency. There are some very interesting experiments happening, one in Bristol, for example, called the Bristol Pound, which is an internal currency for citizens to use that helps create an economy around reduced emissions and sustainability choices. And it's open for choosing how and what it can be defined as. So that's just thinking about mechanisms. Another is participatory grant making, which we've been doing, for example, in the city of Vienna, where citizens get around and literally decide what do we want public money to be spent on and can choose to do that. And the third is an element around shifting the frame. You were talking about a paradigm shift here. We've all been talking about this. For example, one of the things we've been discovering in social housing, where you shift the notion of paying for retrofit from the building owner having to pay to a loan being given to the building itself. So the building title takes on the debt, because as people live and they move on from buildings, that debt is paid down, but it's then converted into a benefit in a context of a global economy that begins to really price in and value the retrofit. And all of those mechanisms start to open up a way in which you can rethink how utility is made accessible. Then the last reflection was just one of the interesting, fascinating spikes of entrepreneurship in Europe has been Ukraine war, and the really powerful and effective startups that have been born in sharing space, in operating and offering to Ukrainian refugees all over Europe, come, you can have a room, you can have access to this hall. In Amsterdam, where they have been talking about using the roof size of public buildings to create solar energy for citizens, because in Amsterdam the houses are very narrow, so you can't generate enough solar power. They've used the same platform to then extend out to how do you create shared services and shared utility for Ukrainian refugees. So these are things we can leverage and think about how to build with immediately, like short-term reactions, but you can turn them into a new paradigm.
I was just going to say, building on your question and some of the answers, there is some examples maybe of the planning system being able to sort of enable that. You could argue that it's just a developer ticking a box, but there's, in London, there is, I can't remember the name of the building now, but the planning requirement for it to be built required a sort of a green space on top that was open to the public. So maybe things like that kind of being integrated into the planning system are also enablers of change, and maybe you can make that a bit more exciting than it just being, you know, a kind of a space where people can go. But there's things like that that you kind of hear little nuggets of information about. And where I live in London, there's very much sort of a community of people who are very involved in the, you know, utilizing space that exists. So for example, there's like a box park thing, they call them, and during the day it's offices, and at nighttime it's pop-up sort of food stalls, and it's that kind of thing that you are beginning to see happen more and more, and that also creates a sense of community, which is so important as well, I think, in terms of sustainability. So
regarding the question about building efficient, then we have had some meetings down here together with Arup, and I think I would like to mention Arup because I think they're doing a tremendously good job. They are focusing on carbon content in the projects they are making with their clients. When they start doing that, they start identifying where can we reduce and where can we minimize the amount of materials that we use. And one of the things that they told me yesterday was that the HVAC, the ventilation system in some of their buildings that they are designing, instead of having a big channel for the ventilation system, they are making a smaller one. When they make a smaller one, they don't need so much space above the ceiling. When they don't need so much space above the ceiling, they can reduce the floor height. When they can reduce the floor height, they can take out materials of the building. So in that way, by making a new innovation in a ventilation system, you can reduce materials in the exterior area. You can reduce the amount of stone or bricks you use, the amount of concrete if you're using concrete. So in that sense, by having that focus, we are starting changing the way we build, and the way we build today. When I see buildings in Denmark, when I see new buildings in Denmark, even though that it is only a 4-story building, I often see an extra floor with technical installations, and I'm impressed that we have reached a level where we in a 3 or 4-story building need to have one additional floor just for the technical installation, and we need to change that. So we need to use passive solutions in buildings so that we don't need to put in so much technique.
I think one of the good news here is that there's a lot of things we need to do, and we are actually starting to do it. I mean, each of you are demonstrating in different ways how you contribute and how you take the first steps for this cultural development, a cultural change, and the paradigm shift. This is a journey, and it will continue. will never stop. We have to continue doing better and better and better. So I just want to remind, because we have 10, 12 minutes left, and I want to give you the chance to get the last word, each of you, to present your thoughts about the most important takeaways from today. But I just want to say that there are several things coming up in the coming time. Next year in Copenhagen will be has been nominated World Capitals of Architecture by UNESCO. Thank you, Kurt. I just slipped my mind. And also the World Congress of Architects, UIA 23, will take place in Copenhagen on behalf of the Nordic Architect Associations. So in Denmark and the Nordic countries, the discussion will continue, and it's not just about finding new technological solutions, it's about making cultural change, making paradigm shifts. So of course we would like to invite all of you to come. I know Velux is having a pavilion demonstrating, and then we can see if it's actually true what you're saying, telling us today, Kurt. We'll hold you accountable. So welcome to Copenhagen next year. But unless we have a last question from the audience, we have one there.
Sorry. Yeah, my name is Edgar van der Brug. I work for IKEA Foundation. I had a question. Paradigm shift can take a long time, and we have only 7 years to get on the right track. How could we speed it up?
How can we speed it up? Kurt?
One word, legislation. Oh, one word, legislation. Here at COP27, we should agree that we need to have legislation on buildings' carbon emissions. We need to have that, and we need to have it tomorrow, and not in 2030 as the European Commission suggests. They're not even suggesting we should have it in 2030. They are suggesting we start looking at it in 2030. And we will do our almost Wednesday next week to convince one of the MEPs to go back and create legislation in this field. It's the only way forward.
Legislation, that's a good one, Kurt. As long as not become an excuse of doing nothing. Audrey?
I'm really happy to hear that you're meeting an MEP next week to push for further action. So there is an EU law being updated, and there is some requirements on reporting of whole life carbon. We need to see that brought much further closer, and it needs to be not just reporting but putting in, you know, targets and benchmarks. So I think that legislation, that's really important because that drives action. So couldn't agree more, and also couldn't agree more that it needs to happen sooner. So happy to talk to you about joint approaches to that afterwards.
And I would say 2 words, deep demonstration. And I put some context on that. At the moment, I'm speaking from a place of agency, in the sense that Climate Kick is leading the European mission on cities, which is a commitment of 112 cities to completely decarbonize by 2030. That creates a totally different market building logic for procurement, for decision making, for community involvement, and community involvement also in the full system of transformation, and everything from the way the buildings are built, retrofitted, the way streets and neighborhoods are designed, the activities taking place in them, and in fact the questions like consumer footprint and supply chain, where am I buying from what, and what am I buying, and how am I living? So I think this opportunity, but the reason why I believe this will help us speed it up is because I think legislation is absolutely essential, and yet I know from the experience we are making that legislation often travels on fixed time frames. So to really change legislation very fast, you have to invoke emergency measures, which in fact we've just done for COVID. So one of the things we're arguing around the missions is that we consider an emergency framework kind of logic. But I think, as I said before, one of the things that matters enormously is generating alternatives. And decision makers need to see, okay, I understand all of this is bad, but what do I opt for? So this opportunity to create very large whole city demonstrations of what does it look like to live well, live sustainably, affordably, where the goods and services that people are buying, what they're buying in IKEA, what they're choosing to do in the way in which communities are developing their own choices around retrofit, how communities and streets are actually in these cities beginning to opt for advanced application and creating their own interoperable standards, because that's the only way they can move so much faster. I think this, for me, this really gives me hope. We have a possibility. Even if half of those cities mobilize that fast, it will create the precedent, the directional signal, the courage of confidence of others to say, they can do it, so can we. And interestingly, and this is really important from my perspective, 377 cities applied to the European mission and 350 are eligible. There was not enough money in the budget to afford more than 112, but 250 are waiting, ready to go. So that's an exciting opportunity for all of us who are building businesses.
Thank you for that very good question that almost ruined my timeline. So we are coming to an end, but I'll give you the chance to get the final words. You have 2 minutes each, not more, and I would ask you to tell us the two or three most important takeaways from today. Let's start with you, Audrey.
No pressure. I think, I mean, I was really interested in what you had to say, Kirsten, about, you know, this kind of community base, that this, I think that's really important, and just moving away from kind of our current economic system that, you know, I haven't been to San Francisco, but I've heard people who visited say the exact same thing. Like, that's so depressing. We need to figure that out. We need to have a different sort of way to be looking at these challenges. We need, like, we're talking about housing for people. Like, that's what we're talking about mostly when we're talking about buildings. So that's really resonated with me. And I also, just what you just said on the deep demonstration, I would love to see how that could complement what, you know, we're trying to do, which is to try and get, you know, more powerful legislation. If you can say, actually, these guys are doing this and this works, like, how do we kind of bring that together? And we always talk about collaboration, so maybe we can try and figure that out together. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Good.
I'm mostly focused on the CO2 content in buildings, and what I take with me, not only for this discussion, from this discussion here, but generally down here, is that if we are not taking actions over the next couple of years, we will not manage to decarbonize the building stock by 2050, and it's scaring, and I'm both pleased to meet all the people down here. We are all working in the same direction, but there's a lot of people out there who are not working in the same direction, and they are not here. So I would like much to be in dialogue with those much more. Then I would like to invite you to come to Copenhagen and to visit our living places in Copenhagen. It's just next to the main train station, and there's potentially a lot of other things you can see in the city at the same time. But come to Copenhagen and see the living places. It is an example on how we can live, how we can build and live in the future. And it's also an invitation for people who are outside this meeting room. You are also welcome.
My reflection is 3 things. I had a rant about capital markets. We've talked about sufficiency economics, changing economic case. I think one of the key words here is cost. We so often hear, but this is going to cost us. It's going to cost us to build differently, build different supply chains. It's going to cost us to change. I think introducing a broader understanding of counterfactual risk, the cost of not acting is so extreme compared to the cost of choosing to do something different. That's one thing. The second thing, I think, is the language and the understanding of awe. You made a beautiful statement. Buildings are for humans to be in. And I read some research from the University of California about the fact that when humans use language like a word like awe, we are using that because there is a different pattern of chemical signal in our brains, and we usually only use it when we are in forests or in an environment like a cathedral like forests. In other words, there is something about the psychophysical way in which we respond to space and the environment that literally allows us to think and feel differently. And one of the things that I think is so critical is we need the mind state and the heart state and the soul state to take courageous decisions to be different. And that requires physical environments that literally enable us to do that. Otherwise, we're in collapsed spaces where our lizard brains are taking decisions, and that's a super bad place from which to play the planet. And the last reflection is I think we need pictures. We need mind pictures for how to live beautifully, affordably, well, sufficiently, and we need pictures that are diverse across the planet. One of the things that we've found from the Sustain Nordic project is this piece around local really matters. You've got to find a meaningful connection with place, otherwise we can't do this. So places where we feel spacious enough to change with pictures of living differently.
Thank you all. I think it has been extremely interesting, and thank you for listening. Thank you for reflecting and contributing to this important task. And for the audience, I would like to apologize, because this is not a traditional panel discussion where we seek for the conflicts and so on. But this is on purpose. The challenges we are facing are way too important to create artificial conflicts. We need to listen, we need to reflect, and we need to join together, just like in SDG 17. We need to work together. We need to work across silos, sectors, countries, and so on. So thank you for that. Thank you for the audience. Thanks to the audience online. And well, we'll continue. Thank you so much.
Welcome from the Nordic Pavilion and the daily briefing. And today we have Marianne Carlsen, SBI Chair. And Marianne, may I say you look absolutely smashing today. Congratulations for very successful years as SBI Chair. I know this is your last session. Thank you so much for being with us and taking time. I know you're very, very busy. But Marianne, how would you summarize your experience as SBI Chair and what you see where we are now compared to Glasgow?
So we have had 3 very special years of our intergovernmental process. We have been in a situation where we were not able to meet for 2 years. We caught up a lot of work in Glasgow last year, and this year has been a year of getting back to normal, where people have been able to meet in the regular way. We were able to conduct our session in June in an orderly fashion, back to our procedures, back to the way of working. And we are now here in Sharm el-Sheikh, and obviously parties are gathering around the various mandates they have and also the new issues they want to discuss. I have to say also that with coming back to normal, I can also see some of the old habits coming back. And you know that means that there are some delays, people are dragging on, you know, so we are in that stage of the negotiations now where many items on the subsidiary bodies is coming in for a close today. And then we are now also looking at what needs to be further discussed in the second week. And it is fairly sort of as expected, some of these issues that is political of nature, including maybe one of you in here would know the mitigation work program, which need some political tweaking. There are things related to adaptation as well as loss and damage, which require more work. And also considering the volume of people, all the things that has been going on already in the first week with the high level segment. Of course, many delegations have been very pressed on time. So there are some issues that simply will require more time before landing. So all in all, I think we are at a fairly good state. Parties have been actively engaging and working hard throughout the whole week. But let's see what happens next, and I am very glad that we will be closing this evening so that we can pass on the baton to the presidency for the second week.
Thank you so much. You have the 1.5 pin there. I was wondering, how would you see it? How do you think 1.5 will be reflected in the outcome here from Sharm el-Sheikh?
I think 1.5 needs to be reflected in everything we do. All the decisions we take, all the things we do here, whether it's within the intergovernmental process or it's in this area of the COP, which is far bigger than the negotiation space, will need to work towards 1.5, align our efforts, ramp them up and scale them up in a way that is in line with the targets, and currently we know that they aren't. So much more is required across all areas of work, whether it's in the formal negotiations or it's in this space of more informal exchanges and all the initiatives that is being worked on and launched.
Yeah, so we're coming from a year where we had a lot of turmoil globally, like with the war and inflation and so forth. Would you see that the urgency of the climate action is still there? Are countries kind of ramping up their ambition? You were saying that it needs to be done more, but how do you think this UN process is responding to the urgency that we need to have?
So I think that, and I said this in the period we had COVID as well, that there is nothing of crisis that we are meeting today that takes away the urgency of climate change. we have to have several thoughts in our head at the same time. We need to respond to all the crises with urgency, but that doesn't take away the urgency of climate change. And what we need is to respond to all the crises in a manner that is aligned with 1.5, right? And I think that what we see now is that all the stressors that we are faced with does indeed take away some of the possibilities, some of the opportunities that many have already embarked upon and the plans they have. What we need to do now is to bring everyone back. We need to unite our efforts, not drag ourselves further apart. I think that a trend of polarization globally is the absolute worst case scenario for addressing the multiple crises: nature, food crisis, energy crisis, debt crisis, climate crisis. They all need an international multilateral response. No one can deal with these crises alone.
Do you think the UN process is, or UNCCC process is equipped with handling these multiple challenges, or do you see that it needs to be developed into, taking other considerations to other?
This process cannot deal with all crises. This process cannot solve everything on the planet. But all processes need to work towards the same goals and need to take on board that we need to tackle nature and climate crisis together with all the other crises. You simply cannot solve the food crisis without taking climate change into account. This is just an example. And the energy crisis need to be solved by more ambition on renewable energy and a faster shift in implementation of renewable energy. It cannot slow it down, but rather the response to the energy crisis must be faster movement to renewables. So that is not solved in this process alone, but all processes need to be aligned to 1.5.
I know you are ending your session as SBI chair, and I know you're very busy, but I wanted to ask you if you have a certain moment during your time now as chair that you can look back to and say that this has been a very special moment for me. And
if I have a special moment, I have many moments, but it's very difficult to point to one moment, but I think that what we did when I realized in Glasgow that it went as planned. You know, when things in our system, in the UNCCC process, goes exactly as you planned it, that is very unexpected. And I found that to be fantastic. And it doesn't seem to be much, but for a SBI chair, this is all what you can dream of, really.
Well, thank you so much, Marianne. I know you're pressed on time. I was just wondering if I may ask if someone has a quick question for Marianne before we have to round up. Yes, please.
So my name is Camilla, and I work for Eurogroup. My name is Camilla, and I work for an NGO, Eurogroup for Animals. And I was wondering if you could say something about food systems, if that is part of this year's negotiations, or how food systems are being tackled.
So in our deliberations on the work program for agriculture called Coronivia, Joint Work on Agriculture, food systems is very essential. And they have been working very diligently since 2016 and explored through workshops and other formats and interactions between experts, come forward with reports and recommendations from this. And I hope that this COP will land a very robust outcome on the Coroniva joint vertical agriculture. So that's an example of how it is addressed. Then I think this space, in the action space, all the initiatives that is ongoing and all the pledges also from the high-level segment, countries coming together will help to address, but not necessarily be able to solve all the issues involved in the food crisis currently, of course, while some of these we know is beyond the UNEP process.
Thank you so much. I know you have to go, but thank you so much for taking time, and best of luck in the end hours of your session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the closing. Thanks.
Yes, so my name is Jonathan, and I work for the Nordic Council of Ministers, and I want to greet you welcome to our food system takeover of the Nordic Pavilion. We will host a full day here today with interesting discussions about food systems' role for climate change and climate action. Because today 30% of our emissions comes from our food systems, our food production is the leading cause for biodiversity loss in the world. But food systems are still not central to the COP discussions. And by doing this takeover, we hope to be able to be a part of changing this. So this day is hosted by the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Ministers of Food and Agriculture's project to create healthy and sustainable food systems and sustainable lifestyles. But you will also hear from many more. First up, we have Concito, and they will present their climate database and a chapter from the UNEP emission gap report. And we will then have WWF here, together with WHO, that will discuss sustainable and healthy diets. We will also then present our Nordic initiative about the Nordic nutrition recommendations. And this will be followed by many more discussions about how to create this food system transformation that we need. And in the end, you will all be welcome to a reception that we're hosting at 5:15, where we will brainstorm about the future of our food systems. So welcome to this afternoon, and without further ado, I will present Jarl Krausing from the CEO of Concito.
Excellent. Thank you, Jonathan. And first of all, welcome to this event. I'm very pleased to welcome on behalf of UNEP and Concito. So this is the first of the panel discussions we're going to have within this with this focus. So it's my great pleasure to also introduce to you the four panelists that would actually take us all the way from the fact of recognizing the global challenge we have in transforming both the energy system and the food system, and then taking us down through a deep dive into the food system and all the way into what we can do on the demand side. So let me introduce, first of all, Anne Olhoff, who is sitting here, the chief editor of the UNEP emission gap report. And then also Linda here, sitting here from director of the FABLE Consortium, who's doing basically the deep dive on the food system transition. We also have, of course, Simone Højde from Concito, who is the climate analyst, who will be representing or presenting the climate database itself as well. Then we have Peter Rønn Petersen, who will be representing Maya, a retail company who is actually applying the knowledge on how we use data about carbon footprints in the food system. So without further ado, Anna, please take the floor and paint the picture for us on the UNEP emission gap report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jarl. And with that, I will start with the global picture, basically, if I can get this to work. So, every year, the United Nations Environment Programme produces its emissions gap report, which basically tells us where we will be in 2030 in terms of global emissions, if countries live up to their 2030 pledges, and where we need to be, according to science, to be in line with the Paris Agreement temperature goal. So this year, we basically have two key questions in the report. First of all, we look at what is the progress that has been made since COP26 in Glasgow. And we do so because last year, of course, was the first year since the adoption of the Paris Agreement that countries were asked to put forward new or updated nationally determined contributions for 2030. And what we found was that these were hugely insufficient to bridge the gap in 2030. As a consequence, countries were called upon to go back and revisit and strengthen their targets for 2030 already this year. So, the second question is, how can we initiate and accelerate the necessary economy-wide transformations that we need to be aligned with the Paris Agreement temperature goal? It's clear by now that incremental change is no longer sufficient. We need transformations. So I'll just leave you with four messages before I pass on the torch to Ellen to give you more of a deep dive into the food systems chapter. So first of all, we see that even though we had a small and temporary dip in global emissions due to the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, emissions are rebounding and could become even larger than the previous record year of 2019 in 2021. The good news here is that if we look over the past decades, the growth in emissions has slowed down, but still they are increasing and might actually reach a new record in 2021. Well, second point is that in terms of progress since Glasgow, this has been very limited. If we again take the good news slide first, what you can see on this slide is basically the impact that each of the new and updated nationally determined contributions of the G20 countries and also of the non-G20 countries, and then finally the total impact on global emissions in 2030 will be if they're fully implemented. So we can see that collectively, and if fully implemented, this will reduce global emissions in 2030 by almost 5 gigatons of CO2 equivalents relative to the original NDCs. However, if we look at the hatched areas of the bars here, we see that progress since COP26 has been fairly limited. It only amounts to about half a gigaton of CO2 equivalents out of the total of nearly 5 gigatons. This also means that the emissions gap in 2030 remains high. If you look at the upper line here, the 2010 policy scenarios basically tells us where would emissions be in 2030 had we not introduced any new climate policies since 2010. And of course, if we then move down to the current policies, we see that there has been an impact of climate policies since then. Emissions will be lower even under current policies, and we see a further reduction if countries implement their unconditional and their conditional NDCs. However, the remaining gap to stay within the 2 degree and 1.5 degree limits is still huge. You see the numbers there. If, to summarize, we look at the updated NDCs since COP26, they lower the projected emissions in 2030 by less than 1%. If we then look at and add the unconditional and conditional NDCs, we get to lower emissions of somewhere between 5 and 10% by 2030, but we need a 30% reduction to get on track to 2 degrees of global warming, and we need a 45% reduction to get on track to 1.5 degrees. So the challenge is huge, and this also translates into serious global warming consequences. If we continue an effort aligned with current policies, we are looking at global warming over the century of 2.8 degrees Celsius. If we then implement the 2030 targets and continue that level of effort, we reduce this to somewhere between 2.4 and 2.6 degrees. But it's only if we also take into account the implementation of all the NDCs, but also the net zero emissions targets that an increasing number of countries have put forward, that we get within the Paris Agreement temperature range. So, just to summarize, and before I leave the floor to Aline, incremental change is no longer an option if we want to have a chance of meeting the Paris Agreement goal. We need broad-based economy-wide transformations, and we need them now. And in the report, we look into transformations of specific sectors and 2 systems changes. And Aline is going to tell you more about the food systems transformations needed to get us more on track with the Paris Agreement goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne, and hi everybody. I hope that you can still follow me despite the background noise. So indeed, with my co-authors, we focused on the food systems for this emission gap report. And first of all, maybe a question about why we took a food system approach. So this is because the advantage of this approach is that it really makes clear that supply side and demand side measures should be combined. And we cannot just look at either one or the other. So this is really key. And the second thing is really that food security is really the main objective of this transformation and should remain the main objective, even if, of course, we need also to reduce emissions from this sector. It's a bit more complicated to map that with the current AFOLU and reporting GAG classes in the IPCC framework. So here we hope to clarify a bit what we have covered in this chapter. So we have most of the agriculture emissions covered. Only non-food crops would be excluded, but it really represents a small share of total emissions from agriculture. For land and land use change, here we really focus on the deforestation and conversion of natural ecosystems for agriculture expansion, for the production of food, and also the removals from soils related to agriculture. But it means that all the changes in woody biomass stocks, or really, for example, related to forest management, afforestation, and so on, are not covered here. Then we also need to include some emissions from the energy sector, and this is maybe what is the most important piece that we missed before when we just focus on AFOLU, which is both on farm but also transportation and then energy use for manufacturing and packaging. So it has already been said that together food systems represent about 30% of global emissions currently, so it's quite significant. And what we looked in this chapter is also how much progress we made, but this time looking more at the last 2 decades and comparing the average between 2000-2009 and 2010-2019. So first of all, on the emissions related to deforestation, here, with the data that we have used from Global Forest Watch, it shows a big increase in these emissions over between the 2 decades. But I want to highlight that there is big uncertainty in this data. So some other sources like FAO or bookkeeping models show a slight decrease, but in any case, progress is far too slow in this domain, especially because there has been a lot of commitments taken to halt deforestation, and it currently does not translate into emission reduction. On agricultural side, maybe it's where it's still not reduction, but maybe it is where it's a bit more optimistic. We especially had on the N2O and manure management some progress in high-income countries, but not enough so that also it offsets the increase that we had in the south. And finally, here, this was really like the big increase over the last decades comes from the supply chain and the energy use from the supply chain. And this is really maybe something where we haven't focused as much in the past, but now where mitigation efforts we should really focus on. But we also looked at the future and the future projections of the emissions from the food systems. We used available studies. So also one remark is that there is a range of studies. So this is not one number here, just to give you an illustration. But most of these studies agree that these emissions from food system will increase a lot in the future if nothing is done. So this is the first thing to keep in mind. And then after, there is still a lot of room for reduction in emissions with co-benefits in our objectives, which is very important. So we split the different options into 4 domains. One, the demand side changes, so mostly changing diets, and with very large co-benefits on health. Currently, there is overconsumption in general, but also overconsumption of specific group of foods which are both bad for the planet and both bad for the health. And so here we see that a large part of this mitigation can be achieved through these demand side changes. And in fact, in reality, it can be even bigger because here it doesn't include really like the land, so how much land you would avoid, the conversion of deforestation, for example. And so this is really number one measure. Second, the protection of ecosystems. So expanding protected areas, forest laws, the wetland restoration and protection and so on can also play a big role. And then we have also the farm level improvements. So here it's really more related to the practices and the technologies used for farming. And then the decarbonization of the supply chain. This does not rely on modeling estimates because most of the models are either energy models or AFOLU models. So they do not decompose on the energy side what comes from food systems or not. So here, in fact, these are the current emissions from the supply chain that we think could be completely offset using renewable energy, for example. So altogether, this is possible to have emissions from the global systems which are compatible with 2 degrees, but you can see what is the level of ambition that is needed to go from the business as usual to what we need by 2050. Also, all these domains should not be taken in isolation. This is really a combination of these measures which is needed. And what to say, here in the report, I also invite you to look at the details. We had recommendations for specific actors of the chain and also highlighted some specific success example for the past, for some countries, for example, that we could also use for implementing this change in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen, and thank you for already now taking us into the solution space, because we clearly understand where it is we need to come in and try and work on the demand side. So talking about solutions, I also want to just mention that we do have snacks and coffee over there for those that would be interested for having that. But after that, right now I want to invite you, Simone, to come and talk about the climate database that we have developed in Concito.
Thank you very much, Jarl. Yes, I'll take over here. And first of all, I want to tell you that we are going to talk a little bit about the solutions that we just heard about on the demand side, which are crucial to have this food system transformation. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Simone. I come from the climate think tank called Concito. We're based in Copenhagen. We're knowledge-based and philanthropically funded and independent. And what I want to tell you about is what we call the big climate database. It's a carbon footprint tool that provides the average carbon footprint of 500 food products. It's the most common ones in Denmark. You can go to the website, which looks like this, if it works. Yes, there we go. So the website looks like this. You can go in and search for the food products that you want to have a look at. You can also download all the data to your own computer to work with. And you can dive into the background material if you want to look into the methods of how it was developed. And to take you through the history of the database is that it was developed a little less than 2 years ago. And so far we had these 100,000 visits and 400,000 page views and 4,000 downloads. And last year we won the Nordic Council Environmental Prize because they found it that it's super transparent and very applicable and an important tool to help facilitate this food system transformation that we desperately need. And it's used widespread in Denmark. I want to tell you a little bit about some concrete examples. The first example we have is that 2 retail supermarkets has used it to pilot climate labels on the food products they have in some supermarkets. Another retail supermarket has used it to give climate scores on recipes they provide to their customers. Then Majas, who we're going to hear more from just after me, it's a catering company. They've used it to reduce their emission from their food production. Another company, a wholesale company called Danish Cater, have used it to provide carbon footprints on the food types that they sell. Lastly, it's also been used to develop educational material for primary school. Yes, and it's mostly in Denmark it's used, but I want to show you this to say that there's interest from other countries, and it's good to see that these countries also have great potential to shift their diets to a more low-carbon diet. Yes, and the 5 principles behind the database is, first of all, that it's for free. Everybody can access it. Everybody can search for the food products they're looking for, download it to their computer. They can also go in and find the references to how the data was developed on what references, which make it very transparent. It also divides the carbon footprint into the different elements in the supply chain. So you can go in and see how much is this how much of the emissions of this food product is related to the agriculture production, how much is related to land use, to the transport, to the packaging, and the retail. It's also very consistent in the land, in the life cycle analyze model that is used, which made it very reliable and easy to compare the different food products in the database. And lastly, it's very easily applicable, so we can update it with new data when we get new data on carbon footprint on food, but also to take it to other food markets in other parts of the world. The scientists who helped us develop it said it would only take 1 week to have this database for another country, because it's also based mostly on global databases. This is one example of a canteen in Denmark where they have started mapping their carbon footprint based on the data in the climate database. And they were just viewing here how big a difference it makes. Like, you can, for 1 kilo of minced beef, you can roughly get 10 kilos of minced pork or 100 kilos of vegetables. So this is an eye-opener for the chefs who have started to using this tool. Yes. And then the last is our ambitions and plans to take this one further. Our database. Of course, we want to continue to update it so it's the best available knowledge that we have in it, and we want to further communicate and roll it out in Denmark to more food service sectors and public institutions and private businesses. And lastly, we want to examine and develop the possibilities to take this one to an EU level and even an international level. And if any of you guys are interested in helping us with this, we are very open for cooperation and to work with you on this. And that's all for me. Thank you very much. And over to you, Peter.
And while that is...
Hello?
Can I also just mention, oh, he's already there. Just want to mention, it's Simone's birthday today, so you can clap your hands as well.
Hello, can you hear me down there? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please go.
Okay, thank you. The first slide, please. I can't change the slides, so please put on the first slide. I'm Peter Ron Peterson. I'm the Director of Innovation in Myers. I'll give you a short introduction to how we work with a big climate database in our work with sustainability. First, a few words about Myers. We're a Danish company founded 30 years ago by a guy called Claus Meyer. We have canteens, we have restaurants, we run bakeries, we do products for retail, we do catering, we do consulting, and we have a small culinary school in the heart of Copenhagen, just to give you a little brief of who Myers is. Please change slide. Yes. Could you change the slide, please? Thank you. We see sustainability in Myers in a broad perspective. Climate and CO2 emission is important to us, and we work very deeply with it, but we also see topics as biodiversity, organic use, animal welfare, and as important themes to work with. But today I'm going to talk about climate and how we work with the big climate database. Please change slides. When we started doing our sustainability strategy in 2019, the first thing we did was we had to decide how to measure our CO2 emissions. We chose to go with a big climate database because of the lot of categories that Simone just told you about. Where we chose the database because it was plug and play. We could go to the website, we could take down the emission factors and use them in our baseline work. And we like that there is a great transparency about the method. We can read about how you have calculated the different emissions on the different categories of food. So this is the reason why we chose to go with a big database. After choosing the method, we started building our baseline. And the big task here was to extract and structure all our procurement data and combined it with the data we could get from the climate database. And it was actually a quite huge job to get millions and millions of data out of a lot of invoices. But once we had our baseline, we could build a forecast tool, so we could try to make a realistic goal, but also ambitious goal. And we used the forecast tool to see were it realistic, what we were doing and what we were trying to do, and was it ambitious. And then afterwards, we added all the CO2 emission codes from the database into our systems. Please change slide. And what you see here is the result of our baseline work. I don't know if you can see the screen down there, but the big blue bar is the CO2 emissions from our food, from the ingredients from our meals. And as you can see, it's by far the biggest impact we have as a company. Actually, 95% of the CO2 footprint comes from the ingredients and the produce we use when we do meals. This was not a surprise to us, but it underlines the importance of us changing the diet, changing the composition of the ingredients we put into our meals. And it shows that changing the diet is a key factor and a key driver if we want to lower our CO2 emissions. As you might see up there, there's 2 years also. We could see we reduced our emission with 10% from 2018 to 2019 by changing the diets. Right now, we are measuring our footprint from 2021. We are just finishing the last details, but I can tell you it's looking good. We are on the right track. Actually, we are ahead of track in regards to gaining our goal of 50% reduction from the emission from our food. So things is looking good. Please change slide. And the reason why we are on track is that we work dedicated with changing the diet. We use less meat, we use more green, and we have worked dedicated the last 3 years with lowering our food waste. And this is why we see a progression and a lowering of our CO2 emissions. But besides changing the food on the plate, we also experience a growing demand from our customers to report on our emissions, for instance, in a canteen. So our customers can see how big their impact is from their canteen. So we have built a CO2 reporting system where you on a monthly basis can see the CO2 footprint from every canteen we have in the company, and we send it to our customers. And they can see how they did this month compared to the same month last year. They can see how their emissions are doing year to date, and they can see are we on a progression against the goal we set on CO2 emissions together with the customers. So this is a very handy tool to collaborate with our customers about. But this is not only important to our customers, it's also important to our employees and our chefs, because it's motivating to see that all the hard work they put into making more green food, lowering their food waste, that it actually pays off, and they can see the hard work is have an effect in the data and the numbers. So it's a great tool internally also to make a change. Please change slides. I was asked to give my perspective of as a food provider, what I think is important going forward, and have brought along 3 things. I think national and international consensus on how to measure CO2 emissions is important, because right now we see a lot of different ways of measuring the impact, and it's difficult for us to compare ourselves to other companies or compare our products to other products because of the lack of consensus. Then I think data is very important here. We are a middle-sized company. We have the muscle to build what I've just told you about, but small restaurants and small businesses don't have that ability. So I think a more smooth exchange on data is very important to get every actors in the food business along on this journey. And the last point here, and I think you have heard this a lot of times during the COP27, we need it now. Actually, we needed this yesterday. So yeah, please hurry up. That be the word from me. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter. And it's really wonderful to see that you're actually able to build solutions on the basis of knowledge and data. We have to really support and use data-driven solutions going forward. We're not going to have space for questions and answers, etc. But I would encourage you to get hold of us, either Simone or Aline or Anna, while they're in the room. And Peter, you can find we can help you get in contact with as well. We are very keen on seeing who could be the partners taking the climate database or these kind of approaches out in other countries or settings. That would be very much appreciated. So having said that, I want to thank all the panelists and everybody for having taken part here in this side event, virtually, but also physically, of course. So thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. Thank you. Bye.
I'm really delighted to extend a very warm welcome to our event, Sustainable Diets for Climate Action, a high-level panel about climate-smart dietary recommendations and behavior change. We are here live from COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. My name is Katie Harris. I'm a Senior Policy Fellow at the Stockholm Environment and also Director of the Adaptation Without Borders Global Partnership. And it is my real great pleasure and honor to be your chair for this high-level convening brought to you by the Nordic Council of Ministers. So why are we here today? Today's food systems create more than 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions and are the primary driver of biodiversity loss globally. What we eat and how we produce it is causing major harm to our environments and to our climate. But it is also hurting our health while failing to provide healthy and nutritious food for everyone around the world. Food systems need to be part of the climate negotiations in a way that they haven't been yet to date. And that is why the Nordic Council of Ministers have initiated today's food systems takeover of the Nordic Pavilion. Next year, the new sustainability edition of the Nordic Nutrition Recommendations will be released. It is the result of decades of evidence-based multilateral cooperation. The new edition will provide both healthy and sustainable recommendations, creating a leading collection of the latest data on health and sustainability. We have a really eminent panel lined up for you today that will discuss how we can bring about sustainable and healthy diets, how we can enable behavior change, and how we can create a just transition towards a more sustainable and inclusive future, issues that all should be burning topics here at COP27. So I'm delighted to introduce our panel. We have Professor Rune Blomhoff, who is the project leader of the upcoming edition of the Nordic Nutrition Recommendations at the University of Oslo. We have Brent Loken, who is the Global Food Lead Scientist for WWF. We have Elena Villalobos-Prats, Technical Officer of Climate Change and Health at the World Health Organization. And we have the Ambassador of Finland to Egypt, His Excellency Pekka Kossanen. So to kick us off, I will give the floor to Rune Blomhoff, who is dialing in live from our studio in Oslo. Rune will give us the latest updates on the sustainability edition of the Nordic Nutrition Recommendations that will be released next year. Rune, we're delighted that you can join us, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The Nordic Nutrition Recommendation, or NNR, as we call it, is a large cooperation between the 5 Nordic countries, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden, and the 3 Baltic countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. NNR is internationally recognized for its high quality of evidence synthesis of the science of health effects of foods and nutrients for more than 40 years. NNR is updated every 8 to 10 years because the science grows exponentially, but also because the methodologies and principles for synthesizing scientific evidence has become much more sophisticated and systematic over time. NNR serves as a main fundament for health and food policies in these 8 countries. For example, the dietary reference values, food-based dietary guidelines, nutrient declarations of foods, symbol labeling of food, taxes for health professionals, the basic document for health professionals, health education, public food service, food industry, research, and surveillance. So NNR is now commissioned and funded by Nordic Council of Ministers and the food authorities in the Nordic countries. Nordic Council of Ministers has requested that the next edition of the dietary guidelines not only should consider health, but also should fully integrate climate and other dimensions of sustainability. The present NNR updating project, starting in 2019, and including more than 400 scientists with multidisciplinary expertise in nutrition, health, medicine, sustainability, methodology, will deliver its project report in June 2023. Next slide, please. Sorry, I forgot to say next slide, please. So I think you can continue to the next slide. The main outcome of NNR is to set dietary reference values for these 36 nutrients and food components, as you see illustrated in this picture. And we'll also set dietary guidelines for these 17 food groups, not only based on health effects as previously addition, but also climate and the other dimensions of sustainability. Especially relevant for climate is, of course, the food groups such as meat and dairy products, fish, cereals and grains, vegetables, fruits and berries, potatoes, pulses, legumes, and ultra-processed foods. Next slide, please. A main fundament is the synthesis of evidence for health effects. There are many types of evidence synthesis, but the main basis for NNR are the so-called qualified systematic reviews, as illustrated in this figure. We use such reviews because they have the least bias and the best quality of evidence synthesis. A qualified systematic review, that is a large technical report which first formulate a very specific research question, then publish the protocol, then do a very systematic search, and then a multidisciplinary group of experts, they will assess quality and bias, extract data, and grade the totality of strength of evidence, and then develop recommendations based on predefined criteria. And of course, all of these steps are peer-reviewed. Next slide, please. So, in addition to the 8 Nordic and Baltic countries, many other national and international health authorities develop such qualified systematic reviews. So since there has been an international harmonization of methodology, different countries can build on each other's work and resources. The NNR project developed many de novo qualified systematic reviews, but we also fully integrate qualified systematic reviews from other health authorities that use similar high quality methodology. For example, this qualified systematic review shown here on the effect of dietary fat on cardiovascular diseases from the health and food authorities in the US, or other qualified systematic reviews on cancer prevention from the World Cancer Research Fund. Next slide, please. When we integrate sustainability, we need to consider the food system, which include all aspects from food production to consumption and waste, as illustrated here. And as you know, and as already mentioned, the global food system contributes more than 1/3 of all greenhouse gas emissions. It is the food system that connects healthy dietary guidelines with sustainability. In the NNR project, we first describe the present diet in the Nordic and Baltic countries. We identify present evidence for a healthy diet and identify options for improvement for public health in those 8 countries. Then we describe environmental and sustainability effects of food systems in the Nordic and Baltic countries and identify options for improvement. Finally, we integrate health and sustainability aspect, describe possible conflicts and synergies, and suggest solutions related to the local context in each of the 8 Nordic and Baltic countries. Next slide, please. The IPCC reports, the IPBES reports, as well as the SAPEA report from the European Academies to the European Commission are, of course, main fundamentals of our sustainability assessment. We are also guided by several official declarations by the Nordic Council of Ministers. And finally, we develop also 5 de novo reports in the NNR project. 2 that synthesize scientific evidence of the environmental dimension in a global and a local context. 1 background report on the social economical dimensions, and 2 reports that assess options for integration of sustainability in the Nordic and Baltic context. Next slide, please. So this is the first time sustainability will be fully integrated in national dietary guidelines in the 8 countries, and I believe also elsewhere. It is important to realize that the NNR is science advice to national authority. The national authority must then make policy decisions and implementations. I think it's relevant to ask and discuss whether the authorities in each of the 8 Nordic and Baltic countries are prepared to implement NNR, which is based on best available scientific evidence in June 2023 when it is published. Since there are huge synergies between a healthy diet and a sustainable diet, it is interesting to discuss what kind of policy decisions can exploit these common features in healthy diet and sustainable diet. Are today's policies up to date to support implementation of healthy and sustainable diet? And also, how can we convince politicians, authorities, stakeholders that implementations of the best science advice of healthy and sustainable diet should be high on the agenda? Next slide, please. Which lessons can we learn from the NNR project? I think one important lesson is that international collaboration is essential for high quality development of healthy and sustainable guidelines. We hope that the scientific collaboration in NNR can be used as a model for international collaboration between other countries and regions, and also maybe most importantly, that the implementation that hopefully will come of healthy and sustainable diet in the guidelines in the 8 countries can be used as a model for implementation also in other countries and regions. So I'm really happy to see that the diet and food systems are high in the focus and agenda in COP27. I hope that diet and food systems also will be high on the agenda in the next COP and in international climate negotiations and regional and national policies. Next slide, please. So, sustainable diet, sustainable dietary guidelines, and sustainable food systems, they are for sure essential for our common future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Rune. for that fantastic overview of what we can expect from the Nordic nutrition recommendations when they are launched next year. I have a question for you on perhaps some of the challenges that you had to overcome in incorporating sustainability into those recommendations. But I'm going to turn to you during the panel conversation in the interest of time and give you a moment to think that over. And I'd like to welcome Brent back up to the stage here. So building now on Rune's presentation, we'll now have a panel discussion, a conversation with Brent and Elena and His Excellency Kossonen on how we can enable sustainable and healthy diets. And we'll discuss behavior change and what are some of the key ingredients of this just transition towards a more sustainable and inclusive future for everyone when it comes to our food systems. So I'm going to turn to each of you to perhaps just provide 1 or 2 minutes of opening reflections just on this topic. What do you think perhaps some of the barriers or some of the priorities and next steps when it comes to enabling sustainable and healthy diets and achieving this transformation in our food systems? Brent, perhaps I can turn to you first.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the talk. You know, just reflecting a little bit on this, it's great that diets is being talked about. And it's fantastic that diets is high on the agenda in this pavilion. But we should have diets on the agenda in a pavilion 4 times this size with an audience which is completely jam-packed, standing room only, because this is a topic that everybody wants to talk about. That's not the case. So I don't think that food systems are high up on the agenda at COP. It's great that we have pavilions. We have 5 or 6 pavilions talking about food, which is fantastic. We have a food day which is focused more on agriculture, but even a focus on food systems in negotiations is almost a no-go at this point. The Coronivia is, hope it might fail. And it's a crisis right now whether that would actually move forward. And some of the negotiators are talking about the fact that talking about food systems within the new text is it's too new. The science isn't out there, which is not the case. We won't have a food systems approach probably in the final cover text, which is, you know, unfortunate. And next year, leading up to COP28, agriculture is on the agenda, food loss and waste is, but diet still isn't. It's such a tricky subject to discuss. So I welcome the fact that the new Nordic dietary recommendations or guidelines are going to embrace climate into the upcoming guidelines, but we have to do a heck of a lot more to raise the ambition across the board, and we need champion countries like the Nordic countries to come on board and push the agenda at all levels and show the leadership at the member state level, or we're not going to succeed.
Thank you so much, Brent, for laying out the challenge that lies before us on this topic, and how diets really need to be a topic of conversation for everyone here at this COP. And I'll come back to you during our conversation in a moment on what do you think beyond the cooperation that we're seeing and the leadership we're seeing in the Nordics on this topic, what needs to happen to enable that change to come about. I would now like to turn to Elena. Elena, you're an expert on climate change and health. I wonder if you'd like to say a bit more about that and the linkages between these 2 crucial topics.
I represent the health community, and for us, we are convinced that the climate crisis is a health crisis. And this is not just to pass a negative message of desperation and the incapacity to do anything good. It's on the opposite. We are convinced that the health argument is the argument that can increase ambition on climate action. And when we talk about health, it's not just because we see this as something, an agenda that has to be implemented by the health sector. On the opposite, we think this is the responsibility of the food systems, agriculture people, the people working on energy, and also basically the built environment. If you go to the next pavilion, you will see that we brought an artist basically to the pit, and it's something similar that you are doing. That's why I just took this. We brought the sculpture of lands. And this is not just to reflect on the 7 million deaths caused every year due to exposure to air pollution. It's also because we are trying to pass the message that investing in healthy mitigation action in other sectors, including healthy diets, will be translated into amazing health positive outcomes. So this is the message that we are passing. We are working with other sectors. We are promoting other sectors to take the responsibility for basically decreasing all the negative health impacts from climate change. And we welcome dialogues and the work that you are promoting from here, because basically if we promote healthy diets, the health of the population and the climate crisis will also be solved, basically.
Thank you so much, Elena, for just emphasizing the role that healthy diets can and must play in the efforts to tackle the climate crisis. I'd now just like to turn to our ambassador here, Ambassador Kosonen, for a few opening remarks reflecting perhaps on Finland's role within the Nordic leadership on sustainable diets.
Thank you. First of all, I would say that let's go to Finland in a moment, but the Nordic cooperation started already in the 1960s, and we have been cooperating in different levels of the society. And I'm glad that this is initiative, also the recommendations are coming now, and COP25 is of course the best fora, and like you said, it's not heard, unfortunately. We all know that the recommendations that will be out next summer in June will be recommendations for the whole Nordic countries, but not only and the Baltics, but not only to us. We are willing to share, of course, the information and the expertise that we have, and we are all quite aware that what we are doing is not enough at the moment. But the Nordic Council and the Council of Ministers is willing to move forward, and sustainability is one of the key targets of the 2030 vision that the Nordic Council has. And we all know that this is we will not be able to get the targets without being sustainable. Sustainability in general is the only way that we can manage those goals that we have.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And thank you all for your opening remarks. Let's have a bit of a conversation now. And I'm going to start us off by focusing on some of the challenges. And Brent, you mentioned this topic on sustainable diets and food waste is really not on the agenda, as it should be here at COP27 and indeed many other global forums around the world. And I'd like to turn to you first, building on Rune's presentation on the Nordic nutrition recommendations. What do you think will be some of the challenges for the Nordic and Baltic countries to implement these recommendations? Are there conflicts? Are there competing interests? What is halting this discussion from taking a leading role in negotiations like those we're seeing at COP27?
I don't know. For some reason, diets is a tough topic to talk about. And I don't understand why it's so hard to talk about diets. I mean, I know that, of course, there's a lot of competing interests. There's a lot of financial investments in a way of doing things and a way of feeding people, right? But it's the same way in all other sectors. in the energy sector, in the transport sector. There's competing interest all the way across the board. You know, diets is inherently personal, and so I think that's probably part of it. You know, people say, you have no right to tell me what to eat. But we do tell people what to eat all the time. we give them recommendations. We put commercials for junk food on the TV, which tells people what to eat. So we are telling people what to eat. We just have to start telling them what to eat in a different way. Now, why there's a block there, I would love to hear other people's opinion on that. But, you know, it's tricky for me to understand why that is. You know, and there's also, you know, a lot of people that say diets are so hard to shift. You can't shift diets. It's one of those intractable problems. But that's also not true, because diets shift in countries in a single generation towards a unhealthy, unsustainable, you know, sort of diet. We just have to figure out how to flip it back the other way. And, you know, what's served on tables like this are vegetables and carrots and things like that. And that has to permeate everything. The food at COP has to be about healthy diets. And I think once we get there, and once we get to that point where it permeates everything, then maybe we can start to have the mind shift. But I would love to hear from others in the room, you know, if you have any ideas on this. But it is intractable at the moment, with no easy solution in sight in the near term.
I'd love to hear from everyone in the room as well. So get thinking. There will be a moment where I turn to you for your questions and comments. So we'd love to hear your insights and suggestions on this topic. Just before I move on to our other panelists, I wonder how much different cultural traditions play a role, or how much, when food is such a part of our cultural traditions in so many ways and a part of our personal identities. You mentioned that in some cases they can radically shift within a generation. But how do we advance towards a more sustainable and healthy for all of us a transformation, given perhaps these, well, is there a conflict, I guess, between our cultures and sustainable diets?
Go back to traditional, you know, culinary traditions across the board in cultures, they're pretty healthy and sustainable. You know, a lot of these traditional ways of consuming food are rooted in amazingly wonderful food, right? So I don't see any kind of conflict with it. And in many cases, we're not talking about shifting diets. We're talking about holding on to what you already have, holding on to the wonderful traditions that you have. So I think that they're actually complementary. That's one of those key levers that we could start to pull on in terms of let's lean on our cultural traditions more, you know, instead of moving towards a McDonald's society, which is not part of anybody's culture, or I mean the modern culture, but not part of, you know, many people's traditional culture.
Thank you so much, Brent. So keeping on this topic of challenges, Elena, I'd like to turn to you on what do you see as some of the challenges of enabling good nutrition, but good health more broadly, at the same time as advancing climate sustainability? Are there key barriers or intractable challenges that we really need to overcome?
I think we need to do more to integrate sustainability and healthy. I mean, I work in climate change and health. I'm responsible for capacity building and country support. So I deal with all mainly countries in Africa, in Asia, that at a different stage. So basically, when we go with the sustainability alone argument, I think they feel this is an added constraint that they should look at, and first they need to deal with other, I don't know, outbreaks of foodborne diseases, waterborne diseases, which is already impacting a lot the health of their populations and putting a burden on health systems overall. So from the health perspective, what we are trying to do is basically to make health systems understand that is the future. So basically you cannot advance in something that is not looking at environmental sustainability issues, because quality of care is going to be this. This is the future. So for them to be able to integrate that, we have to find ways that easy approaches that first build resilience in the case of health, but also look at this environmental sustainability without putting a burden in terms of investing in high-level technologies, but just putting them on a pathway that is going to look at sustainability, I think this is easily accepted by health systems. And I think it's the same for what we do in terms of promoting healthy diets and safe diets. Because basically when we promote safe water, safe sanitation, also evidence on which is the nutritious value of, for example, cassava in those countries that are just promoting cassava, but then we are seeing that there is less nutritious in this value in these diets. We need to promote the work that you are basically doing and make it accessible and contextualize it to other countries in the world that can learn about this.
Thank you so much, Elena. And just before I turn to our ambassador here, I would just like to turn back to our panelist, Rune from Oslo. And we've been talking a lot about these challenges, and I'd be really just interested to hear what challenges, perhaps in just a minute or two, what challenges you've had to overcome to incorporate sustainability into the Nordic nutrition recommendations to date.
We have a very long tradition, and we have a huge experience in developing food-based dietary guidelines with a focus to improve health. So we have systematic reviews, and we know how to quality check, and we know how to check for risk of bias. So there we have and the NNR, they have a huge credibility in the Nordic and Baltic countries. However, when they should integrate sustainability, there are no well-established methodology for doing this. So we also need carefully to think about methodologies and how we best could do this without losing our credibility. But you should remember that our task in the NNR, that is to summarize evidence, both and in the health and sustainability field, and try to integrate it. And that calls for international collaboration, because the science is the same. However, the implementations need to be local, because for instance, the public health challenges are different in each country. The agriculture is very different, for instance, in Iceland to Norway to Denmark to Sweden to Finland, and the Baltic countries. They are very different agriculture, import of fruits, vegetables, export of foods. So there is a lot to take into account. So the science is the same, calls for international collaboration, and also options. And our task is to lay out the options, and then the national authorities need to implement it locally.
Thank you very much, Rune. And talking about implementing locally, I'm now going to turn to Ambassador Kosonen to hear about Finland's perspective. How will Finland implement the Nordic nutrition recommendations? What does that look like? What does it mean for a country like Finland? And how do you think it will be received in light of some of the challenges we've heard?
Yes, thank you again. I would first like to say that Nordic countries are those countries that have great nature. We have a lot of green stuff, we have forests, we have lakes, we have a lot of berries in the forests and so forth. And this is also going back to basics, I think, is something we should be talking about, is that when you have abundance of possibilities in your country, but they are not being used enough, and clean food is in all the big Michelin star restaurants. That is what they are producing, and this is what they want to sell. But unfortunately, then the big population is not involved in this. But what we will do in Finland when next June, when we have the recommendations, so we have our own recommendations that will come out. They will be first for the big public, so general guidelines on how to interpret the Nordic recommendations. And then there will be another set of recommendations which will be for the people that are maybe in the situation where they really need the guidelines. And this is of course school children, universities, students, pregnant women, elderly people, all these who are maybe in a group which is more vulnerable than the general group. One thing that we also have, which I want to highlight, is we have a national procurement program which emphasizes also on sustainability. And our sort of guide to municipalities and cities is, for example, we have free school meals in all of our schools. So children will eat every day a nutritious meal. But in order for the municipalities and cities to get this grant from the government, they have to follow the guidance of what is said to be healthy and nutritious. So there's also this carrot. There's a stick and there's a carrot, and the carrot this time is the money that are given in these procurement measures in order to get some subsidies to the school food. And then also one important thing that I would also want to highlight is really the data. The recommendations that we will give out will be based on a comprehensive collection of data on what is eaten in Finland. What are the things that we eat? And this is not a big scientific exercise as such, because the point of it is that we can change our ways of eating without changing everything at one time. So we can, with the recommendations, we'll be able to say that these and these food stuff are those that should be used. These are the ones that we need to use. And also, one thing maybe, again, local foods. Why don't we use more local foods which will then benefit everybody? And this is all, of course, now linked also to the food security and the food crisis because of the war in Ukraine.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would like now us to shift our perspective. We've talked a lot about some of the challenges to enabling sustainable diets and food systems transformations. But I'd like now to talk to what some of the solutions are and how we can really build on the work of the Nordic nutrition recommendations that will be released next year and go forwards so that by the time we're at COP28, this really is a topic that is high on the agenda. Elena, perhaps I can turn to you first, and I would really like to hear from everyone in the room. So in a moment, I will ask you to raise your hands, and please do share your insights, your suggestions. Also, if you have questions for our panel, there will be a moment to discuss them. But Elena, can I ask, you're here representing the World Health Organization. What role can the WHO play in building on the Nordic nutrition recommendations to engage other countries?
I think there are several opportunities, and one is, I'm sure you know, today they are launching the Egypt-led initiative on ICANN. So it's basically an initiative on nutrition and climate change, and it's looking to both food systems, but also looking at the consumption pattern of food systems. And sustainable diets is hopefully to be a key role on that. There are several countries that are supporting this initiative, but hopefully this will continue and be translated into action at country level. There is also another opportunity from the climate change, coming from the climate change and health agenda. As a result of COP26 last year, there was 62 countries committing to building climate resilient and low carbon sustainable health systems. And as part of that, now an alliance for transformative action on climate and health has been established. So I'm leading this alliance. And something that we are seeing is that, of course, we will first build the momentum around implementation of the commitments around health systems, but then we are seeing that there are other priorities that should be considered, and one is the health co-benefits of climate change. So basically, this will look at everything that we can do to promote sustainable diets, just to reduce the emissions and to advance, to decrease the health impacts from what we are seeing, non-communicable diseases, obesity in many countries around the world, and also everything that is looking at reducing the exposure to air pollution. So this is, as I see, the opportunities from building from the health.
Thank you so much, Elena. Brent, I'm going to turn to you. There are a lot of negotiators here working into the night to agree on some outcomes for COP27. Your message to them would that this would need to be high on the agenda. If you could address them now, what would you say they should be doing? What are some of the next steps that you see? What are some of the solutions? Is it a really tough battle they face, or are there opportunities that they're simply not harnessing that they could be to advance climate smart diets in the future?
I mean, a non-negotiable for the negotiators, that's a tongue twister, but you know what I mean, is that a food systems approach gets into the final cover text, and that it's recognized that a food systems approach is absolutely essential to be able to achieve our goals. From that, so many other things get put into place. You adopt the Cornivia and you use that as a mechanism for implementing agriculture practices, but instead of just focusing on food production, you're looking at the entire food systems. From that, the NDCs can then be engaged and harnessed to be able to use a food systems approach. And right now, diets are hardly addressed in any of the NDCs. So from that key decision of getting into the cover text, so many other things get enabled, right? Then the Nordic dietary guidelines, these wonderful guidelines that are being put in place, can then be this, enabler, because it gives the member states permission to enact the policy that they should be, right? And one of the opportunities here, just to say, something about the Nordics, is if there's any place that can do this, it's the Nordic countries. I live in Sweden. My wife is Norwegian. My kids are half Swedish. I'm deeply embedded into the Nordics. And if there's any place that can do it, it's there. What we need to then do in terms of figuring out opportunity is how to translate to different contexts and different places, because it's so different. What do we do in places that are still facing significant burdens of undernutrition and hunger, right? How about those places where thinking about health isn't like in the Nordics, where you can think about, what am I going to eat? In so many places, it's what can I eat? Where is that next food coming from? And that is really that next step, that taking lessons learned, figuring out where it works, what needs to be scaled, what's going to work in different places. And once we start to put that puzzle together, I think we'll really be able to scale it.
Thank you so much. And that comes back to something that Rune really emphasized in his remarks on collaboration. And we can see what can be achieved when there is collaboration across the Nordic context, but there is a real need for global collaboration on this agenda, for regions and countries the world over to really see this as key to the climate transition to a more inclusive and sustainable future. Okay, I'd like to ask now if there are any questions from the audience here for our panelists, or if anybody has any insights or short comments or reflections they'd like to make on this question of healthy diets, on climate smart dietary recommendations, and how we can enable behavior change. I would ask you just to please just introduce yourself and your organization, and then identify if your question is for a particular panelist, to identify who that is. Please.
Thanks. Camilla Björkbom, working with food policy at Eurogroup for Animals. And I was wondering, because at least in EU, there's also a competing discourse which is about food security and the need to produce more. But in the long term, then we of course that might threaten food security because of the climate impact of food production. At the same time, there are very exciting things happening in the EU. So there's the Commission is working on a new Sustainable Food Systems Framework Law. There's also revision of several food-related policies. So I was wondering, and this is maybe a question that is difficult to reply to, but I was wondering what we can expect in terms of support from the Nordics to really make this development that is underway in the EU to be supported and to not be overthrown by this other discourse that has come because of the war, of course.
Thank you very much for your question there. I'd just like to see if there are any others, and I'll take a few, and then we'll turn back to the panelists.
Hello, I'm Professor Ronit Endeveld. I'm the head of the Nutrition Division in the Ministry of Health in Israel. And I was wondering, what's your opinion about the ultra-processed food and the new cultivated meat, how it is produced in the Nordic countries, and what do you think about the influence on health, satiety, sustainability? It looks like it's a good promise, but no one knows it. So I wonder what's your opinion about it and how you deal it in your country.
Thank you so much. And I think we'll take one more question for now.
Hi, I'm Kristen Gudekunst. I'm the new project lead of a campaign we launched today called Beans is How, trying to double global bean consumption in the next 5 years. You mentioned that we really need to have some great campaigning around behavior change with eating. And I would love to know if you have any great examples of people who have done that successfully, and also to just plug my new campaign as a possible partner in doing that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a question here on Nordic cooperation and how that there is a lot of exciting things happening in the EU, but how can support from the Nordics really, I guess, inspire and also, but then support further action across the EU on this, despite multiple challenges and many competing agendas at the moment. Perhaps I could first, for that question, just turn to the ambassador. It would be great to hear just a little bit more about what you see the Nordic countries are doing to enable healthy and sustainable food systems, and whether sort of broader cooperation across the region could play a role in that.
I will try to answer. First of all, like I said earlier, the data that is being collected for the recommendations will be published, of course, and as I understand it, it will be open source information in the sense that the recommendations can be read by everybody. Nordic Council, yes, is doing this, but like has been mentioned, we have the Baltic states already in this. So we are 8 countries in the north who are doing it. And also one important thing is that agriculture as such is very vulnerable, and it's very difficult to adjust the changes in the climate very quickly. So this also takes time in production and all this. But I believe that the recommendations are really needed, because without the recommendations and the scientific data, people will not understand it. They will not believe that this is needed. We talk about climate change. We talk about how hot it has been in Europe this summer, for example. But do people really understand it? And I think for that, the recommendations are needed. And for that, the scientific evidence is needed. And that is the basis, at least from my point of view, is how we can hopefully get more people on board on this issue.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Brent, I wonder if I could turn to you on this question of how do we manage potential competing interests, for instance, around perhaps meat and dairy producers, the significant large role they play in helping deliver food security, with perhaps with the drive for sustainability, and how do we bring these different groups together so that we're all working in cooperation towards a more inclusive food system?
Maybe I'll come back to that one. That's a trickier one, but I want to touch on your 2 points, your 2 questions first, because I think your question was very important, because the war is bringing up some very short-term decision-making, which I think is extremely problematic, especially in the EU, where we're potentially rolling back environmental regulations at the expense of some long-term thinking. So when we're rolling out the Nordic recommendations, that's really a long-term perspective, and somehow we have to keep our eye on the prize and to think this is a long game, and we cannot sacrifice those short-term and roll back things in the short term. You know, I know food security and nationalizing food systems and such is a very important thing at this time, but we can't ever give up on trade. Trade is always going to be a very important part. How about countries like the UAE and Morocco and Iran and places that can't grow enough food to support everybody within their country? Trade is always going to be a very important part of this. And in some parts of the world, increasing local food production will increase environmental impacts, and we have to figure out, in terms of, if we're talking about competing demands, that's one of those. The Beans is How is a really wonderful campaign. Successes, look at what Coke is doing with Coca-Cola. They're running brilliant campaigns about getting people to drink Coke, right? Or McDonald's, and I think we just need to look to that industry, because they're pouring millions and millions and millions of dollars into promoting this sorts of food. And then when we promote healthy foods, we'll dump 5 to 10 grand into it and think that's enough for like a communications campaign. So I think we could actually learn from what some of these other actors are doing, and we can make beans really sexy so everybody wants to eat them. And once we do that and get athletes on board with it, people are going to want to eat it.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite you to stay for our next session, where we'll actually have a discussion further on how we can enable cooperation across different sectors, including those involved in the meat and dairy sector, as part of this wider agenda. Our time is drawing to a close. I would like to ask the panel just to wrap up with some closing remarks now, and in perhaps just 30 seconds, talk about, sort of fast forward in your mind to COP28. The Nordic nutrition recommendations will have been launched, and the discussions about the role that healthy and sustainable diets can play in driving climate action, we hope will have been pushed much further forwards. So what do you hope will be the discussions at COP28? How do you hope this agenda will have changed? And perhaps just reflect for 30 seconds. And of course, we'd like to have seen it in an outcome text and a cover decision at COP27. But what do you really hope that the focus at COP28 will be on if we see progress on this agenda? Brent, I'm going to turn to you first.
Just that, the cover decision, and really integrate it into it. Right now, the ambition on food at COP28 is huge, and we just need to make sure that it remains huge. And that all aspects of the food system are actually covered, right? So it's not just one, so that we don't get pulled down into the rabbit hole of talking about food production and food loss and waste, which are important, but they're much easier things to talk about. And leading up to COP28, in terms of what each one of us could do, I would just like to say, it's up to you to figure out what your individual piece of the puzzle is, right? And we need to commit today to figuring out what I'm going to do between now and COP28 to make sure that all aspects of the food system are talked about and implemented. And, you know, this becomes one of those conversations that's in the plenary. So,
thank you, Brent, for those rousing words. Elena, any quick reflections on what you hope COP28 will deliver?
I think there is a lot of expectation, at least from the health point of view. There is going to be a bigger focus on health. And I think that the best we could expect from the process overall is probably the inclusion of nutrition and healthy diets within the global stocktake. So if you as Nordic basically build on this excellent outcome that you are going to deliver and manage to implement that, and then come to COP28 with some results that you can share with other countries to motivate them to take similar examples and undertake similar efforts, that will be great, because basically I think that will build the momentum.
Thank you so much. And finally, Ambassador.
Yeah, I think the word sustainability cannot be highlighted enough. So I think that is the thing that we must talk much more about. And going to next COP, I hope this is more taken on the agenda. And because of the food security, food is on the agenda, but not in the way that we wanted to see. And on the recommendations, I hope and I'm confident that when they are out next June, there will be a lot of interest. And of course, like I said, we will be sharing that information and are happy to do it. Also, of course, within EU and other organizations. Thank you.
Look at how the room filled up during the conversation. So there was growing interest even here. Just think about it, if we keep on talking about it. So it'll be huge. It's great to see more people here.
It is indeed a really encouraging sign. And I'd like you to all please stay with us. We've got a whole afternoon of sessions here. For now, I'd like to extend our real sincere thanks and appreciation on behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers for our fantastic speakers, for sharing all your insights and reflections and ideas, and for calling us all to act and to really play a role to ensure that this important topic is much higher on the agenda at COP28. As we've discussed, in June next year, the new sustainability edition of the Nordic Nutrition Recommendations will be launched. Before this milestone, and indeed after it, Nordic countries will continue to champion the important role that food systems transformation can play in driving a more sustainable and resilient world, and the global cooperation that this effort will demand. So we hope that you will stay with us on the journey, continue to engage. This is just the second in 4 events in the food systems takeover of the Nordic Pavilion today. So get yourself a quick cup of tea and join us in 15 minutes time as we discuss food systems facing changes towards resilience, sustainability and justice. Thank you so much. everyone. I am thrilled to extend a very warm welcome to our event live from COP27, Food Systems Facing Changes Towards Resilience, Sustainability and Justice. Welcome back for those of you who've been with us this afternoon, and for those who haven't, my name is Katie Harris. I'm a Senior Policy Fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute and Director of the Adaptation Without Borders Global Partnership. And it is my great pleasure and honor to be your chair for this convening brought to you by the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Finland, We Affect, and the Nordic Council of Ministers. This is the third event in today's Food Systems Takeover of the Nordic Pavilion. Pathways towards a sustainable and climate-resilient world involve significant changes to our food systems. Over the next hour, we'll discuss two critical enablers of the transition towards more sustainable and inclusive food systems. We'll start by discussing support for smallholder farmers who bear the brunt of the climate crisis. And then we'll move on to talk about the sustainable use of peatlands as the largest and most efficient land-based carbon reservoir on the planet. Together, they will demonstrate how, through innovations and cross-disciplinary climate solutions, our food systems can be transformed from fueling the climate crisis to instead charting a course towards a more sustainable, resilient, and socially just world. So over the next 30 minutes, we'll focus on the impact of climate change on smallholder farmers and their needs to be able to adapt to the changing climate and recover from climate shocks and hazards. We'll have a really solutions-oriented discussion on how to ensure that climate finance helps build the resilience of smallholder farmers, helps ensure food production and security in the face of increasing climate shocks, and how it can contribute to building social justice and gender equality. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Zenesio Sitoi, Advocacy and Coordination Officer of the Mozambique National Platform of Civil Society Organizations for Climate Change, to set the scene for us. Dr. Sitoi, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. My name is Zenesio Sitoi. I am coordination and advocacy office national platform on climate change in Mozambique. I will begin this my intervention to bringing to overview to our platform. Our platform was created in 2011 with the principal objective is influencing public policy in the area of the climate change. Actually, our platform is a 20 organizations member. Mozambique is vulnerable to the adverse impact of climate change, and because of that, it faces great challenge, as seen with cyclones, for example, cyclone Idai, and droughts in recent years. The impacts are expected to intensify in the coming decades, and seriously threaten the country's food security, infrastructure, economy, ecosystem, and communities. Some factors of this vulnerability are the geographical location. Okay. Okay. Geographical location of the country, which is downstream of watersheds. We have 103 watersheds, of which 9 are shared in Mozambique. Other factors: 70% of the population depends on subsistence agriculture, which highly depend of the climate, and still work adaptative capacity. Agriculture contributes greatly to the country economy, in which employs more than 75% of the workforce, and most of them as small farmers, smallholder farmers. However, the agriculture sector has suffered several impacts from climate change. I will just name a few. As you can see in the table, for example, with the increase in temperature, there have been change in the growing seasons, and water flow has also been reduced. With the, at example, with the change in rainfall patterns, there has been a decrease in crop productivity. With increasingly intense rainfall, storms, floods, damage has occurred in agricultural production. And with rising sea levels, floods and storm flooding, and expansion of low-lying crops, flooding of roads and rural infrastructure occur. So there's a large percent of the rural population already suffer from chronic food insecurity, making them vulnerable to further climate impacts. To conclude this my brief presentation, I will say that if you want any effective and sustainable transformation of food systems, we must understand this transformation process in a holistic or integrated way, with involvement of different national and international actors, among other partners. On the other hand, there needs to be a clear definition of the roles and the responsibilities of each different actors, be it the private sector, civil society, and other. In summary, I will say it's time to implement concrete actions together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sitoy. for really articulating how climate change is impacting people across Mozambique, and particularly smallholder farmers, and the important the important consequences this has for indeed the whole country, given that agriculture, as you said, employs 75% of the working population. And it's very helpful for us to see your recommendations for the private sector and donors and civil society, and your call for us all to come together to work to support smallholder farmers who are facing the impacts of the climate crisis. Thank you so much. We'll leave you to step down from the floor, and I would like to welcome our next series of eminent speakers for a panel discussion. We'll hear from Marcus Svedberg, Chief Economist at Folksam, one of the largest insurance companies in Sweden, and Dr. Joe Puri, Associate Vice President of the Strategy and Knowledge Department at IFAD, the International Fund for Agriculture Development. Now, this panel discussion will really take us on a journey, right from the incentives, particularly of the private sector, to invest in building the resilience of smallholder farmers, all the way to hearing about the benefits that these investments can have on the ground. And I believe we have Marcus joining us online. We'll just wait a moment to see if he can join us. There he is.
Hi.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, Marcus. Fantastic that you can join us. Folksam have recently invested $100 million in an IFAD bond, and are the first ones to do so. So can you start by telling us about the incentives from a private sector perspective to invest in building the resilience of smallholder farmers?
Absolutely. And first of all, thanks for having me, and good to see you virtually. Yeah, the short answer to that is very simple. Why we invested in the bond? It's in line with our sustainability strategy, and it makes sense from a financial point of view. It's not more complicated than that. It may seem like a new thing, but that's the bottom line. It fulfills those two criteria, which are important for any investment we do. And we invest across different asset classes and in different products that with a strong climate focus. It could be a World Bank green bond. It can be a fund that targets climate mitigation. It can be in development of green steel. It can be in electricity storage, and so on and so forth. But there's one area that has been difficult to get access to, and that's adaptation and resilience. We all know that it's an enormous challenge, and it has been difficult to create financial instruments that institutions like us can invest into to get the capital needed for these kind of. So, and that's one additional factor that made the IFAD bond transaction appealing to us. But and then there is another one, and I've discussed this with Joe previously, and we also want to be an instrumental part of developing and supporting new initiatives, new instruments that are created for mobilizing capital for sustainable development. We've all talked a lot about the need for this, and it's very great to see that institutions like IFAD and others are creating products and funds and bonds that we can invest into. And again, it has to make sense both from a sustainability point of view and from a financial return perspective. But this is I think a very good example of a product that does just that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Marcus. just before I turn to Joe, just one more follow-up question for you now, if I may. Can you've talked quite a bit about the challenges of developing financial instruments to build adaptation and resilience, and how IFAD and your work with them has overcome this. What do you think are some of the conditions that are needed for more private sector actors to follow suit?
Well, another benefit of this transaction is that it's repeatable, it's replicable. You know, we can come back and invest in another transaction from IFAD, other investors, and that's already happened after we did the inaugural investment. So this is repeatable, and that's not only good that you can do it again, but it sends a message to investors, to us, but also to our peers that this is not a one-off. You can do this again and again and again. Other institutions can do this, and that is an important one. Even though $100 million may sound like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money, but for large institutional investors, we need scale. We need scalable and transactions that are repeatable, so we can do it, you know, not only one time, but 5 times, 10 times, 50 times, and that is a very important factor also for us to help get this kind of transaction off the ground, and so it's repeatable for us, but also for our peers. For us, it's important that others are following suit, and again, we think this model, this structure, is very much repeatable.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Marcus. So the need to design instruments that are repeatable, that are scalable, that's where we need to be going. Turning now to you, Joe, if I may. I'd like to hear, if we sort of come full circle then, can you tell us about the impacts that climate finance and other forms of investments, like the ones that we've just been hearing from Marcus, what difference do they make for small-scale farmers on the ground?
Thanks, Katie. And Marcus, I wish you were here in person, but we'll do with the second best. So let me start with a number, 1/3. 1/3 is the total amount of food that is produced by small-scale farmers across the world. 1/3 is the amount of food that is lost to food loss and waste every year. And 1/3 is the overall contribution that the food system makes to greenhouse gas emissions overall. Yeah, so 1/3 is a very powerful number. It also tells us of the potential that we have with small-scale production, and small-scale is defined in a very well-defined way. IFAD focuses on small-scale producers in developing countries across the world. We work in more than 100 countries, and we've got more than 200 investments currently going on and under implementation. IFAD invests in any 3-year period approximately $8 billion, and 40% of this has to be climate finance. This is required. So when investors such as Folksam come in and work with us to then do sustainability bonds, they help us to do several things. First, they reaffirm our and their commitment to sustainability as an IFI, international financing institution, but also as a UN organization. We've got 2 big objectives. First, as a UN organization, we can't leave anyone behind. The poor, the marginalized, the vulnerable are the people that we want to target. But on the other side, just like Marcus said, we also want to ensure that every investment we make is financially sustainable, but it also has climate built into it, it has environmental goals built into it, and it's socially equal. So given all of that, now let's think about what's been happening in the world. Yeah, Colombia saw the country of Colombia saw an increase in overall production costs by more than 45%. Burundi saw an overall increase in fuel prices by 47%, and an increase in fertilizer prices by 200%. for a farmer or a household that is earning, well, for a farmer, for an individual who's earning $2.15 a day, poverty line, imagine what that does. It means you've got to essentially fire sell all of your assets, your cows, your buffaloes, your land. And it means you've got no risk-taking ability and you've got no ability to really withstand another shock. So what IFAD does with its investments is really ensure that we are creating resilience amongst small-scale farmers. And this is a population, don't get me wrong, just because it's small-scale doesn't mean that the populations that are dependent are small. 3 billion people across the world depend on small-scale agriculture for jobs, for food, for employment, for their livelihoods. It means that we've got to, if we want sustainable food systems and resilient food systems, we've got to do something to make this population extremely, extremely resilient. That means financial access, that means agroforestry systems, that means an increase in production capacity, it means deforestation-free value chains, it means nutrition-sensitive production. All of this is, so we work in an integrated way through our investments on all these aspects of the food system. One last comment before I hand it over to you. This year, I beg your pardon, we looked at, and you know, it's exactly because we want the private sector, we want Foxam to come in and we want this to be replicable, this experience of the Sustainable Development Bonds with Foxam to be replicable. It's really important for us to show what is the impact of every dollar invested, right? Because that's what Marcus is interested in. The rate of return on his dollar investment, not just in terms of sustainability, but also, of course, on the financial investment. So while the financial investment is getting a return, it's also important to see what is the return on sustainability and on resilience. And as a consequence of our measurement systems, which are across the portfolio and which we took to the board actually in the middle of this year for our entire more than 7 billion portfolio, we were able to show that IFAD investments increased the resilience of smallholder farmers by more than 13%. Over this, which would not have happened had IFAD investments not gone in. So for those of you who are scientists, this is the counterfactual. The counterfactual is that you wouldn't have seen that 13% increase in resilience, but we were able to show that attributable impact of IFAD investments on resilience. And that's really powerful. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Joe. Lots of numbers resonating with me and that will be echoing my ears over the next few days at COP. 1/3 the amount of food produced by smallholder farmers that we consume around the world. 1/3 also the amount of food that is produced and then lost and wasted. And the 3 billion people around our world that really depend on the smallholder farmers and their produce that we're talking here today. Joe, you've really articulated very eloquently how IFAD are ensuring that funding really reaches those smallholder farmers, those that Dr. Sitoya talked about in Mozambique, and how they are building, how that funding is enabling them to strengthen their resilience in the face of a warming world. How can we ensure that those climate funds also cover issues such as land recovery after climate shocks and building resilience in the face of climate shocks when these sorts of contexts often fall between humanitarian and development funding? Is there a bit of a gap that you're seeing there, and how can we make sure that climate finance delivers in those contexts?
Hello. Yeah. Great question, Katie. So first, let me talk about two things. Where is IFAD located in this overall spectrum between development and humanitarian assistance? Why it's really important to come in on adaptation and resilience building. And then let me also talk a little bit about what works in that space, right? And how, especially, that was the part I wanted to refer to, financial access becomes a really important tool. So let me talk about that. So first, in the overall spectrum from development to humanitarian assistance, there is this middle path which really says we want to increase the resilience of the populations. It doesn't matter which sector you belong to, development, humanitarian, etc. But what is our end game? Our end game is to make sure that the people that we serve in developing countries are far more resilient the next time a shock comes. And one thing that works in the context of shocks, whether these are chronic shocks, whether these are slow onset disasters, whether these are exogenous, unanticipated shocks, is building markets. Markets in local contexts work. And what I mean by this is, yes, you can imagine that if a typhoon strikes a certain area, and actually we work in Mozambique, and we know that when the flooding occurred, IFAD was there with the doctors' initiatives and the cooperatives there to really ensure that a lot of that resilience was built. But the key thing is that even on the first day or the second day when you have a disaster, people exchange, barter. But by the third, fourth, fifth day, the multiplier effect kicks in, right? It's the cash that starts to be exchanged because you've got essentially commodities to be had by different households, different strokes, different folks. So markets work. But when you want to make markets work, you've got to essentially sustain them. And what we've done, for example, in Mozambique, is work very closely with the local groups, with the government, to set up storage spaces, to set up resilient value chains, which might get affected the first day, the second day, but then stay resilient despite all of the shocks that are coming in. That's the first part. The second part is ensuring financial access. Remember that most of the smallholders that we are speaking to, they're working on plot sizes of less than 2 to 3 hectares of land. These are small. And we're talking about the men. If you talk about the women, they don't even get access to financial, to banks. So they essentially go to informal markets in the absence of assistance. And there, the interest rates that they have to pay every month is anywhere from 5 to 10% every month. And if you compound that, that's almost 170% per year. Compare that with the 5% we pay. So that financial access becomes really important. And when we work with local banks, the injection of equity-related investments into local banks means that we can expand their liquidity by essentially catering to the capital adequacy ratio. And if you don't know what that means, that's fine. But importantly, we can expand their liquidity so that they can on-lend by 30 more times to the groups that we are targeting. And on-lend with green credit lines at very low interest rates and with longer tenors. And this is the key thing. Yeah, longer tenors so that people have longer periods of time to repay and they don't have high interest rates of the kinds that they face in the informal market. All of this builds resilience.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joe. Markets and financial access to fantastic examples of what increased climate finance from both the private sector and public sector could help build to support smallholder farmers in a warming world. We're going to have to wrap up in just a second, but I'm going to ask you both, I'm going off script a little bit, but I'm taking chair's prerogative. We're here at COP27. There are lots of negotiations taking place around the world. If you had 30 seconds to brief those negotiators on why we need more climate finance and investment from the public sector, from the private sector, and in collaboration to strengthen the resilience of smallholder farmers, what would you say in 30 seconds? Perhaps I can go to Marcus first to put you on the spot, and then I'll turn to Joe.
All right, thanks. The more we do now, the more we invest now, the less we have to invest, going forward, right? It's really an asymmetric relationship. The longer we wait, the more expensive it's going to get, right? And ideally, we should have started a long time ago, but it really is that asymmetry that I think is the most striking one. And we just have to pay even more and the risks are going up also asymmetrically. So it really is both from a financial but also from a climate science point of view. It's a very, very risky game to do less now and to do more later. I think we should really turn that discussion around.
Thank you, Marcus. Joe, your last words.
Hello. Okay, so 30 seconds. We've got the money, Marcus. We've got the demand, in countries. So clearly something's missing. And that is actually the absence of bankable projects. Because, I mean, if you look at the impact investing or the ESG industry, right, there's $40 trillion essentially waiting to be invested in ESG. And then we've got developing countries where they're essentially looking for $340 billion just for adaptation. So clearly there's a mismatch. And what that mismatch, and this is my hypothesis, but I think it's shared by many others, is that we need bankable projects that the private sector can come in, where they are de-risked, where they can get a return, and where they feel comfortable in the overall enabling environment. And that's where the philanthropies, the other DFIs, the MDBs need to come in with their risk capital to essentially create either credit facilities, facilities to guarantee, do the grants so that the first loss gets taken off, and take on some additional amount of risk on behalf of the private sector so that we can have people like Marcus coming in. Thanks.
Thank you so much to you both. Okay, so act now because it will be more expensive later, and develop and design some more bankable projects. That's our message for COP27 delegates. I'd like to have a big round of applause for Zenesio, Joe, and Marcus. Thank you so much. And I'd like to welcome our next panelists up to the stage. So we're now going to return our attention from smallholder farmers to another critical enabler of the transition towards more sustainable and inclusive food systems, so the sustainable use of peatlands. Our current food systems account for nearly 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, as we just heard from Joe. And peat is the largest and most efficient land-based carbon reservoir on the planet. And as we know, peatlands occur in every climatic zone. For many countries, peatlands therefore play a really critical role in food production and forestry, as well as in achieving the SDGs. And yet, in many countries, we see a significant proportion of peatlands being drained, making restoration of peatlands a very topical issue, especially for the EU. So I'd like to welcome our first speaker, who is joining us online from Switzerland, Jarno Tuominen, a doctor of psychology whose academic work has recently focused on climate behavior change. Jarno, can we hear more about this issue of sustainable land use from a behavioral science perspective so that we can better understand the factors that affect farmers in their decision making when it comes to peatlands?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And apologies for not being able to make it there in person. I hope this will do. So I'm going to talk about behavioral science in land use and especially in peatlands. So that was kindly noted. I'm a psychologist by trade, so I do not have the agricultural expertise that the other people on the stage possess, but I claim to know something about human behavior. And as we know, human behavior is integral to land use, as it is farmers and humans who make the decisions on what to do with their land. Okay, so as this is a recap from what was previously said for those who have just joined us. So over half of the world's surface is in agricultural use. There's a nice slide from Our World in Data on how it has progressed from the 17th century up until now. And while this has benefited quite a bit of people, so there's less undernutrition, there's been livelihood for millions, but it's also the second largest threat to biodiversity, and especially has a sustainability problem with regards to peatlands. So, as it was mentioned, peatlands, they're a type of wetland, and they cover approximately 3% of global land surface. And why they are especially interesting from a sustainability point of view, and why we are talking about them here, is that they store more carbon than all the other vegetation combined. Approximately 44% of all soil carbon is stored in peatlands. But they are also used for farming, and we know that damaged peatlands, so those which are no longer carbon storages, are responsible for almost 5% of total global carbon emissions, almost two gigatons per year. Okay, so this is the backdrop. Then when we start to think about my expertise here, is that we know that individual behavior matters, and it matters within a context. So when we think about the farmer's decisions on whether to drain or to conserve peatlands or to restore them, to reforest or to do other decisions based on those, which crops to choose, for example. These are individual decisions that people make in a specific context. And by understanding that context, we can understand what are the factors that influence these behaviors. And in turn, this allows us to make certain behaviors more likely. Because it's not a problem of wanting. We know that the majority of farmers do want to pull their weight in terms of sustainability, but it is difficult to put in practice. As everybody knows who has tried to start a gym membership, for example, as a New Year's promise, you can do it for a while and then you forget it. Similarly, all other behaviors are difficult to change. But luckily, we know something about how behavior changes. So to change behavior, we must first understand three things. We must understand the context, the motivation, and the barrier. First, the context. So what's the system within which these decisions are made? And these may vary nation to nation, even from geographical area within a nation to another, or even from one farm to the next. But we must understand the multitude of different contextual effects that drive behavior in farmer decision making. Then we must understand what kind is the decision. Is it a routine daily decision that they make every day? Or is it something, for example, do they take the tractor when they go visit the lands next door, or do they go by bike or walk there? Or is it a more seldom occurring behavior, such as planting specific crops or restoring peatlands, for example? Then what constraints are there on this behavior? What are the constraints that impact? Is there impact whether this is possible, for example? This means, for example, subsidies. Does the subsidy system that is involved in many countries, does it hold some constraints on what can be done in terms of sustainability? Then we need to understand who makes the decisions, who should be heard when we think about try to evaluate the behavioral change decisions. And then specify the choice points. So before we make a decision, there's a path to the decision, and there may be several departures when we can choose either or, and then we choose specific choices that lead to the fact that then we end up doing something or other. And to understand the specific choice points in each decision makes for a more nuanced picture on what is actually happening. Then we may need to understand the motivation. So what are the drivers of action? What drives people to, for example, conserve peatlands? What is the motivation? What kind is it? Is it an intrinsic motivation, for example, a value-based motivation to conserve and be sustainable? Or is it an extrinsic motivation, such as financial gain, for example? Furthermore, what are the specific psychological, physiological, environmental, or social factors that come into play when we consider doing something or another? Is it a question of identity? Is it that my great-great-grandfather tilled this land and there's a specific affective component that makes me unlikely not to restore it back to its natural state? Or is it that it's just difficult to access the land, and this is why I don't do that action that I would like to, for example? Or is it a social factor? Everybody else keeps farming the peatlands, so I also don't want to be the different one out of the group. Okay. And similarly, we may think about the barriers. So what are the barriers of action? What kind is the barrier? Psychological, physiological, environmental, social barrier. Is there a risk of me being excluded from a group, say? Or do I have necessary resources that I can do this behavior? And by going step by step, asking the farmers who are in a very, very difficult position, because there's an increasing pool from the producers and the consumers for sustainable land use. And sometimes these are in conflict with say, the subsidy system or practices that they have been traditionally involved in. Okay. And first thing we must understand is that land use is complicated. So there may be conflicts. There may be contextual conflict or a motivational conflict. Say, for example, I need to choose between relying on subsidies while risking producer or consumer demand, if they are in contradiction together, or values or gains. There may be an identity conflict. Is my farmer identity construed as a sustainable farmer or a traditional farmer, which does not entail sustainable practices? And then what are the social norms? Okay. And we know that the traditional measures that we have used to change farmer behavior, such as provision of information or extrinsic motivation, seem to have very limited success. And this is in line what we know about the behavioral sciences in general, is that our model on human decision making that has been paramount in a great part of the last century, the Homo economicus model, where we make decisions based on our rational self-interest, doesn't seem to hold water in complicated situations. So this has led us with not a clear idea on how and why people behave as they do. And in terms of farmer behavior, we need to make sure that before we do some policy changes, for example, we must know what are the drivers of decisions. Okay. I'm going to very briefly talk about what are nudges, and then I'm going to wrap up in a few take-home messages. So nudges are kinds of behavioral interventions where we change the choice architecture, meaning the environment, the broader environment in which the decisions are made, without coercion or without significant financial incentives. They can be used as an adjunct measure, and they have possibility to work as a social behavioral tipping point. And these have been increasingly introduced in public behavioral policy. Okay.
Yeah, no,
so we know that we can't say,
I'm
yes.
going to give you a 30-second warning. Sorry.
That's good. I think 30 seconds is all I need in the end. I can leave with my slide. So Richard Taylor, who won the Nobel on behavioral intervention, says that we can't solve climate change with nudging, but we can't very well solve it without nudging. So we know that 60% of all necessary tasks we need to do to keep it under the 1.5 barrier require behavior change. So the take-home message is, for two people, for the policy one, is to consider the behavioral components that affect decision making, to apply the extensive behavioral science literature we have to practice, and to collect continuous and rigorous data in order to evaluate what works and what doesn't work, see how the situation, how it spreads. So I will wrap it up by saying just
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Jarno, and we'll keep the slides up on the screen for just a second. Just so that people can read them if they'd like to. Thank you so much for talking us through why individual behavior matters in the choice that farmers take about what to do with their peatlands, and the factors that you have to understand in why and how their behavior might changes, and the role that nudging can play in this. And I'm really delighted now to introduce a panel discussion on how we can reduce emissions on peatlands in order to maintain sustainable food production and forestry on peatlands. And our panelists are researchers from Finland and Nepal, and they are all representing different Catch the Carbon projects that are funded by the Finnish government. So Hanna Kekkonen and Hemraj Bhattarai from the Natural Resources Institute in Finland. You're super welcome. And Anna-Leena Lohila is from the Finnish Meteorological Institute. Hannah, Hem, Anna-Leena, we all know that farmers and landowners often face a huge number of expectations, from supplying food and timber and energy to protecting biodiversity and sequestering carbon, all at the same time. So I would like to ask you all to share your reflections with us on the best ways to promote climate-friendly choices and boost the climate actions of farmers and forest owners in peatland landscapes. So perhaps Hannah, I can turn to you first. Your current research focuses on the sustainable use of peatlands from a farmer's perspective. So can I ask, based on your experience, what has been the attitude of farmers when it comes to shaping their practices, their farming practices in peatlands to be more climate friendly? And what kinds of economic impacts would some of these practices have on farmers?
Is this working? Yes, now. So hi. Yeah, thanks, good question. I'm working on a project where we are studying re-wetting. So that means that we are like raising the water table. So then the field which might be, for example, before the re-wetting in an annual or perennial plant use production. But of course, when you raise the water table, then of course you have to find a different kind of plants which actually thrive on the wet conditions. And from my experience, the attitude of farmers, it actually varies. Some of farmers, they are really like concerned that how is this gonna work and how is this gonna like affect to my economical status or my economics anyway, and what can I actually produce after re-wetting on my on my field. And but then we have also like really inspired farmers also that who are not even thinking about the economic situation or if I don't get subsidies from the field, but they are more like keen on that, what kind of new biomasses actually I can produce on that kind of fields. And I have here with me some examples because I heard that you wanted some concrete examples. So here's a small startup company, Fluff Stuff, have made these pillows which are filled with cattail seeds. So you know the small seed with a feather. It's kind of feather or hair actually. So this is kind of vegan filling for textile materials. And so I'm gonna make this panel more interactive, and I'm gonna throw so you can grab and feel it. And here's also the same company have made this kind of bag. So if you became a good like a fan of palliculture, there's a reflectors for all of you. So I'm gonna first give you, and you can pass it. But yeah, is there something I forgot to answer?
Fantastic. No, I think that's amazing. I love an event with props. I guess, well, maybe just one very quick follow-up question, which is, so your research is on these sort of shaping farming practices, working with farmers to shape their practices in peatlands to be more sustainable. But can you, linking back to food security issues, can you, if this were to happen more extensively across Finland, what would be the impacts, do you think, on food production and indeed overall food security in Finland?
Yes. Yes. So we have already done some research, and myself, I've been mapping quite a lot, like the background of peat soils. And we already know that we have low productive peat soils in Finland. For example, starting the re-wetting from those low productive peat soils could actually not affect our food security.
Sorry.
No, yes. I think I finished.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Hannah. Hem, I'd like to turn to you now, if I may. So we've heard from Hannah about the perspectives of farmers, but what about the meat and dairy industries? Now, these are an essential part of food production and security of supply in many countries. So what are some of the concrete ways that you see to improve the sustainability of these industries that, at least in Finland, are really centralized in peatland-rich areas?
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. It's a very interesting question, and I think the first thing that we have to understand is what is the effect of peatland in general to our climate change, right? In the context of Finland, peatland occupies around 10% of the agricultural land area and contributes up to 50 or more than 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So a significant step towards the sustainability of dairy and milk industry would be to reduce those emissions. And dairy and milk industry as such is not a single industry. It's a kind of, there are many actors. So from a farmers cultivating some crops in the field, to the cow feeding in a barn, to a industry producing or packaging milk, and to a consumer who is consuming those products. So the first thing that we have to find where in the value chain, where in the steps, to what extent we are contributing to the greenhouse gas emissions, and then come up to the solutions that, with the innovation perhaps, and some new techniques to solve those. For instance, if a peatland, as Hanna mentioned quite nicely, that unproductive peatland could be used, could be kind of, the water table could be increased so that they could reduce less greenhouse gases, and while on the other hand, as such, Finland in a location where we have high amount of peatlands, but we have to look also alternatives. So peatland as such cannot be used all the time. For instance, there are other kind of soils where we can cultivate, for example, legumes, right? Legumes as such is a really good plant. It provides the nitrogen source for free to the grasses, and it also increases the potential of a soil to sequester more carbon. And there are evidences based on the scientific facts. So these are some options. But on the other hand, for instance, to the barn level where the cow is also kind of, well, our cows are contributing to significant amount of methane. So another way is to increase the feed efficiency, and by coming up some solutions with the highly like breeding techniques, using some breeding techniques that can like reduce the methane enteric fermentation, so that can reduce the methane emission. While on the other hand, to the consumer level and to the industrial level, we can try to the industrial level. I think we have to focus on using the energy. We have to focus on energy efficiency, how we can use the energy efficiently. So there are different ways. For example, now the many companies are focusing on the big heavy cars, or sorry, logistics, which are powered by batteries, so they can reduce the use of fossil fuel. So that is another way, because logistics is a really important part of the industry that has to transport all the dairy and milk products to the consumers. And while on the other hand, as a consumer, we could be more responsible. So it's not only kind of for instance, for example, we could be, when we are buying some stuff, we could be checking the carbon footprint index to the products. That could be one. And the other could be to reduce the food waste. And I recall the previous talk that to reduce the significant amount of, because 1/3 of the food is wasted, right? So it's a huge amount of food is going to waste. So we as a consumer has to have some, we have to be responsible. So it's not a single action, but it's a holistic approach. Yeah. And we have to target, or we have to aim towards that direction. Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Hem. So we've heard two perspectives so far. We've heard about the role of farmers, and we've heard about the meat and dairy industries in the role that they can play in driving the more sustainable use of peatlands. But I'd like to understand a bit more about what are the environmental and the ecological repercussions for this. And for that, I would like to turn to our last but not least panelist, to Annalea. And I have 3 questions for you in just a handful of minutes. Can you talk to us about how the management of forests that are located on peatlands and how they affect our greenhouse gas emissions around the world? And what kind of potential in terms of emissions reductions does the restoration of drained peatlands really have in reality?
Question, and I would like to start by stating that in Finland, forestry on peatlands is the main use of peatlands. So most of the peatlands which are drained are growing forest, and especially the nutrient-rich one, they are losing carbon from the peat. They are especially big carbon sources, and they are also the places where the timber trees are growing best. So in my project, we are studying how could we reduce the climate impact of forested peatlands, and we know the kind of, I would like to remind the basic fact that why the peatlands form a carbon store. They are carbon store because they have absorbed carbon from the atmosphere during thousands of years, and because they are waterlogged, they are wet, and now we have made them dry and they are losing carbon. So the kind of, it's very simple. If you want to keep the carbon away from the atmosphere, you need to raise the water level. The other aspect in our project is to cut over peatlands. So the peatlands which are used for energy peat production, and now they are out of the use, and we would like to find ways to make them carbon sinks or to remain the leftover carbon there. And for the forests, there are 2 kind of main options. The other option is the continuous cover forestry, so no clear cut. This is very clear from the science that we shouldn't do any more clear cut. We should do continuous cover forestry. And for the cut over peatlands, we are now studying how afforestation of cut over peatlands would affect climate. And while we can probably make them carbon sinks for a while with the growing trees, it's quite clear that the peat will continue decaying. So also there we would like to study, or we are studying also the re-wetting impact. But the interesting thing is that we actually asked from the landowners what they are planning to do, what they are willing to do with their cut-over peatlands. And it seems that most of them, they are willing to turn them to agricultural soils or some other land uses which are not leading us to the sustainability and carbon neutrality. So they are actually going to wrong direction, and there is really big challenge in that.
Thank you so much. Our time is nearly at an end. I would like to sort of spring the same question that I asked the last panel to all 3 of you. We are here at COP25. There are around 30,000 people here over the next 2 weeks. And I wonder if you could address those. What, coming from your research and the work that you've been doing and the research that you've been doing with farmers, with the meat and dairy industry and people who are engaged in that, and those with those who are trying to develop perhaps more ecological and environmental friendly approaches for our peatlands, which are so crucial to a carbon-friendly world going forwards. What would be your key message to them? What would be the one thing, if you had to sum it up, that you would like everybody here to take away, and perhaps an action that they can take towards this future?
Yes, maybe my sum up is like that. We already know what we have to do, so start acting and start getting those targets if we want to get there. But of course, what's most important, we need reliable information for farmers, and the information has to be passed because farmers are asking why to, like Jarno said before, they are asking why to and how to. So we have to reply for them to those questions. Yeah, maybe that's my sum up.
Fantastic, thank you, Hannah. Annalea, I'll turn to you.
Yeah, I would second you by saying that we have the knowledge, so the science is the tool to really give the results we know what to do, but now we just need to implement it. We need to deliver this information to farmers, and we need the political decision and the political will to do things.
Annalea, Hem, the last word.
Actually, I would like to put it in other way. Like it's data is the most important thing that we really need. So I would like to put these data into 3 ways. So data in the past, data that has been already collected. So what we know so far, what kind of changes we have made to our ecosystem. So we need to know first to realize that, okay, what we have done, right? The farmer needs to know that, because many farmers, for them, it's really difficult to understand. And that's the first step towards building trust. And the second thing, the data, I would like to know, I would like to put it in a way to fill the knowledge gaps, where the knowledge gap is, what we need to do more. And the third, as a data, I would like to put it to put those data together and see the future as a decision-making tool. And so that we know we create what-if conditions. So, okay, a farmer is trying to cultivate some specific crop in the field, so he should know, like, let's say 5 or 10 years from now, will that be profitable or not? So that kind of decision-making tools could be very handy. And anyway, it comes back again to the science and generating data. So I think I would put it in a way that data is more important. Yep.
Thank you so much, Hem. Okay, so we have data, we have information translation, and making sure it gets into the hands of those who need it. And then we have action, that we know enough what we need to do, and now we just need to start implementing it. I'd like to give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much. And to thank you all for joining us here in the room, and also all those who have joined us online for this discussion on how we can make our food systems more resilient and sustainable and just. In a few minutes, we're going to start a reception here at the Nordic Pavilion. And it's going to have a theme, which is Future Thinking for Climate Smart Food Systems, hosted by the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Finland and the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Latvia. So we hope that you will all join us, those who are here in the room. We're going to ask for your help in helping us move the chairs so we have a bit more space to mingle. And just like to say thank you once again to all of you for joining us for the Food Systems Takeover of the Nordic Pavilion, brought to you by the Nordic Council of Ministers. Thank you.